Are we ready? We're ready. As the chair of this commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:06 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that can be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioner's presence.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please also state where you are attending remotely from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present, and I'm attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills.
Thank you. Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Callum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothborn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss. Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothborn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Fairfield. I am a resident of Bridgewater Township in the far southwest corner of Washtenaw County. First, I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to the commission members. I am impressed with your willingness to take this on, and I don't envy you your task. I'm here to talk about the draft drawings of the proposed Senate districts that encompass Washtenaw County. The current draft maps concern me for 2 reasons. First, because they perpetuate the packing of Ann Arbor voters into one state Senate district, which means that anyone who identifies as a Republican in that district has essentially no chance of being represented by someone who aligns with them. One of the things that you are tasked with is to not provide disproportionate advantage to political parties or candidates, which this does. The second reason for my concern about the proposed districts is that they do not take into consideration the fact that there is a significant economic community of interest connection between the western part of Washtenaw County and portions of Ann Arbor. As a business owner in Chelsea, I see that most of the economic activity in our area comes from the east and west, the Ann Arbor and Jackson areas being the top two. As evidence of the connection between our area and the Ann Arbor area, the U.S. Census Bureau's On the Map shows that more than 18% of Manchester residents, more than 25% of Chelsea residents, and almost 30% of Dexter residents commute to Ann Arbor for work. It is for the, in addition, surveys done by a group that sponsors events in Chelsea show that the top visitors during those events come from, in order of highest, Ann Arbor, Grass Lake, Dexter, Jackson, Manchester, and Saline, showing a true economic community of interest. It's for these reasons that I ask that you take another look at the districts with the idea of including western portions of Ann Arbor, stretching through Jackson County, all of western Washtenaw County, and into Jackson County. I have also submitted these comments to the portal along with a map showing how the district could be drawn. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
I'm Peter Busekas. I'm from Oakland County, from Birmingham. And I'm here to, again, thank you for taking on this monumental task of redistricting. I've spent quite a bit of time collecting signatures to get the proposal to change the Constitution and create this commission. And I'm looking forward to the results of this effort. I'm concerned that one of the points of the commission is to make sure that the districts that you draw, provide for partisan fairness. There's other considerations. There's a list, I think, of 6 or 7 items that are ranked in order of importance, and partisan fairness and efficiency are among the top 1 or 2 items, and I hope that you follow those rules and come up with a good plan. I understand also that the AFL-CIO did a mock session like you guys are doing to create a map, and they found that it's very difficult to do, and it's quite a task. But they've come up with a map that makes some sense, and I've looked at it, and I would recommend that you take a look at it as well. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3. I am not seeing a number 3, so at this point we are going to move on to remote. Oh wait, there you are. Okay.
Hello, Commission. Good morning. Anthony Scannell, Southwest Detroit. So I was looking at this proposition, whatever. Now it's a constitutional amendment. It says secretary shall mail additional applications, to tens of thousands of random Michiganders, but additional applications to Michigan registered voters at random until 30 qualifying applicants that affiliate with one of the 2 major parties have submitted applications. 30 of the other party, the 2 major parties, have submitted applications, and 40 that they do not identify that they affiliate with either of the 2 major.
Guess we lost audio. Everybody that's on Zoom. Yeah. Video.
Mom, what?
My video is on.
You're not even at work yet. How the heck is it on?
It's 10 o'clock a.m. at work.
Oh, I thought it was 10:30. I almost walked in your frame.
I know it's 10 o'clock.
Aaron, hit mute.
Oh, sorry. How did that happen?
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. All right, we should be good.
All right, thank you. Can everyone on Zoom hear me? Can you indicate? Okay, here, see you guys now. All right. Cool. All right, individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you're on a phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. If you experience technical or audio issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person online and return to you when they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you, I can hear you.
okay. James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. I think that we have clearly stated my position about the former commission on legislative apportionment, and that this is a revived reiteration of that commission, which you are now bound by their approved rules of procedure, and it comes forward just like your rules here will go forward. And so I think that now, as a solution, I would like to propose and recommend to you folks that the chair, Commissioner Zitella, if she does not, as Commissioner Zitella as the chair, anyone who would become the chair could, by unanimous consent, because that's so popular here, and they say the expectation of unanimous consent or near is in itself a form of tyranny, and that's why this is abusive to me. But I would expect any chair to use their authority for unanimous consent to determine, hearing no objections, that the rules of procedure approved by the former Commission on Administrative Apportionment applies to this commission, as stated in the House Fiscal Agency report citing the Michigan Supreme Court decision, and that they apply here and they will immediately take effect. And before you start deliberation, because this is the day, this is going to be awesome. You're going to start deliberation. It's going to be a change. It's going to be now. It's not whim, not by the whim, by the deliberation. It's by the true deliberation now. And to determine that these rules of procedure do apply here, and then by hearing no objections, somebody could then appeal the decision of the chair, and then just vote to say no, they don't apply, in everybody's opinion. But everybody would be able to vote. Everybody here is not being able to vote, and they're being bullied not to give their opinion, and just let them vote. So if the chair would determine by unanimous consent the rules of procedure that from the former Commission on Legislative Enforcement apply here, and then let them appeal the decision. And then they would say, does everybody, and then vote it up or down. I mean, you folks just, as you can see, you have a hard time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Tamika Ramsey.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Tamika Ramsey, and I am a resident of the city of Pontiac. I am calling in to talk about the maps that were created for Pontiac. I am a very big, strong opponent of communities of interest in making sure that they are kept together or put together for alignment, for resources, and to have fair and proper representation. Currently, both our state Senate and House map have Pontiac going west into Waterford, Milford, and Highland Township. I don't feel that those communities align with the city of Pontiac as communities of interest. Most of these are townships that are governed by the county. They don't share the same economic industry that Pontiac has. And I believe that going into Auburn Hills and then going south into Oakland County better reflects the communities of interest. Not only because the shared automotive industry and IT industry that's growing in Oakland County, but also just having fair representation when it comes to cities versus townships and making sure that the communities have the resources that they're needed. Pontiac is currently in one of the most gerrymandered areas in the entire county. And so we know what it feels to have a representative that is stretched far beyond their needs, stretched far beyond their capacity, and people in this area not having fair representation. And so I ask that the commission look at making sure that Pontiac is with Auburn Hills, which was a part of Pontiac Township and goes to the south to be a part of those economic industries that we've been a part of for so long. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Margaret Shankler.
For the purposes of the public record, that participant and the next participant are not present in the Zoom meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Kermit Williams.
Good evening. Well, good morning, Commissioner. I am Kermit Williams, Pontiac City Council President, and I just wanted to thank you guys for the hard work and deliberation that you have been doing. I think you guys have done a great job with coming up with our congressional district. Right now, we're currently gerrymandered, but the congressional district that you have drawn is great. What I would push back against is our state Senate and our state representative districts. Currently, Pontiac is located on Telegraph, 75, Woodward, which just hosted the Dream Cruise, and we need to be with those communities in which that is there. One of the other key components is Oakland University and Pontiac have a huge partnership, which is in Rochester Hills, but basically Auburn Hills, and also Oakland Community College. And so when you talk about not only communities of interest, but you talk about the upward mobility of the city of Pontiac and the surrounding areas, then we need to have representation that reflects those needs and those interests. So again, I would ask the commission not to group us with Waterford or not to group us going west. We know the history of Pontiac Township and why certain communities are not part of Pontiac anymore. And so we have a situation right now where you guys have an opportunity to make sure that Pontiac is thriving and vital for the next 30 years. We just hosted Motorbella this weekend, which is huge, and the majority of the people who came from the other regions that were not part of the new state senate or state rep districts that are currently being proposed or drawn. So I would ask that before you guys solidify the maps for Pontiac, that you would actually take a drive and look at what is actually happening in those communities and not just looking at geographical boundaries. Thank you so much. And again, I appreciate the work that you guys have been doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We'll now move on to Judy. Mega.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your continued hard work on this in this process. I have a couple questions about procedure. When I've publicly commented on Zoom a couple of times, and a couple of times I've submitted to comment on Zoom but never received a link. There seems to be a little bit of confusion in the process. The average person, I think, would benefit from it being a little bit easier to find the link when you go to your page. Maybe if it was a prominent button that said click here to sign up for a Zoom comment, that would be helpful, instead of having to go to the meetings, find the meeting notice, click on the meeting notice, and then submit, and then wait. I signed up last night and I didn't receive my link until about a half an hour ago this morning. So a little more clarity on that would be helpful. Public comment is a very important part of this process, and I think the easier you make it for people, the better it would be. I also just want to encourage you to continue to consider partisanship of the maps as you're going through and doing them. You're putting an awful lot of work into drawing these lines, and if you then go back and realize that they favor one district heavily and, or I'm sorry, one party heavily and have to redo it, it seems like you're doing a very tough job twice. Partisanship is an important part of the Constitution that you guys are ruled by. And I would hope that you would consider it as you go and make sure that no one party is favored over another through this process. Again, thank you all for your hard work, and I hope you have a productive day. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to Chris Andrew.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Chris Andrews from Hazlitt. Thank you for your hard work to create fair maps. I do envy you your task, restoring majority rule. What an awesome legacy. Voters approved Proposal 2 to fix an intentionally unfair system. By the end of this process, your responsibility is to approve the best and fairest possible maps for Michigan voters, to move from a system that locked in power for one party to one that benefits neither party, no party, one that benefits voters by putting the party that gets the majority of the votes in the majority position of the legislature and congressional delegation. The Fair Maps project has set a high bar. Under its plan, voters, not politicians, would have chosen the majority in the past several elections. So far, based on the time you haven't spent on fairness, it seems like it's being treated like a spell check function. As you turn to your consultants, instruct them to construct fair maps. Direct them to develop and distribute for public review maps with 0% efficiency gaps and 1% efficiency gaps for each party. If you can produce maps as fair or more fair than every other map, then approve them for public review. But if there are better maps out there, you have the obligation to adopt them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the first opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. There's also a 2-minute time limit. First in line to provide a public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. James Gallant, Marquette, these are my opinions. And I'd like to comment on the prior speakers there. The lady that was speaking of the public notices, yeah, this is completely unreasonable about you have to have internet service, you have to have all this stuff, you don't get the links. I think this is just why people aren't showing up and on this end of it. And the speaker that said, I guess I have to absolutely disagree with the person that just said that you're restoring majority rule, because what the guy from Pontiac said, appreciated your deliberation so far, right? But it's not according to majority rule because you haven't voted. Remember, you specifically denied the vote. You said, no, this consensus building process is not majority rule. It's in your process, policy statement thing there. So this is the problem. And I spoke to the city manager of the city of Holland today. Yeah, he didn't want to discuss it. He didn't want to talk about how they do the same thing you're doing. And this is just, I think that what I've learned in Marquette was that people go to like the Michigan Municipal League conferences and they say, oh, well, we just do this over here. This is what we do. Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah, we do this. Oh, we'll do that too. And it just kind of becomes like Ms. Hammersmith is doing now. Just start doing it. It has nothing to do with the policy or procedure. Just start doing it. So I would encourage you folks, really, and especially Commissioner Rawthorne, this musical chairs you're playing right now, the loser is going to be the one that's sitting in the chair when the dirty deeds are done, because that's the chair presiding over the meeting. So anybody that's presided or has presided or is going to preside, please do the unanimous consent concerning the prior rules, which are almost exactly what you got here, except for all the frilly stuff and that isn't, constitutional. And the Commission on Legislative Apportionment, and then vote on it. And then it might keep you out of court, it might keep us out of court, it might straighten us around, you might get a better a figure on where you're at on this process, because these big sparks are going to fly right now.
At this point, it's my understanding we do have one live in person who wanted to provide a second remote public comment. So, sir, you can approach the microphone.
Thank you, Commission. Yeah, so last comment, I mentioned how the Michigan Constitution defines major political parties and states that there shall only be 2 major political parties. So all the people here who said that, you're not supposed to favor one party over the other, but you can favor 2 parties over any other or no party whatsoever. So anyway, I'd like to quote our second president of the United States in 1780. He said, "There's nothing which I dread so much as a division of this republic into 2 great parties arranged under their leader, concerting measures in opposition to each other. This, in my humble apprehension, is to be dreaded as the greatest political evil under our Constitution." The second president, he saw 2 parties. So I don't know, whoever wrote this Michigan Constitution, man, they really had a problem. But then finally, I'd like to agree with Mr. Gallant. He's always harping on the process and the majority consensus process. I would agree. This doesn't look like majority rule. A lot of things, I've been watching this almost every day. It kind of just looks like loudest rule. And like, for example, the maps that you put up on that new website, how did you even determine which maps you're going to put up? Some of them are incomplete. Some of them have like 2 districts drawn. I'm like, why don't you guys put before Commissioner Eid, you brought a map? Why don't you say, who wants to put Commissioner Eid's map on the website? Vote yes, no. That's how I think it should have gone. So I agree with Mr. Gallant. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all mailed and emailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so, and encourage the public to keep sharing their thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. maps. At this point, we're going to move on to unfinished business, agenda item 5A, and without objection, we will continue drafting the state house districts, including reconciliation of the previously drafted maps and consideration of state house alternative maps. We ended the previous meeting with Commissioner Weiss, but because he is unable to attend this morning, he had asked Commissioner Orton to finish his turn, including instructing the line drawers. So at this time, I will hand the microphone over to Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so I worked on this area over the weekend and I did not find a good solution unless we change kind of significantly things we've already done. So is that better? Okay, so I'm thinking that we should wait until Commissioner Weiss is back to do this area since he's from the area and could maybe better direct us. So I pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Commissioner Witches, are you prepared?
Yep. Sure.
All right. I am just going to finish in Livingston County real fast, which is right next to District 46. Yep. Sure can.
Commissioner Witches, can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yep, 46 right there.
I'm having a hard time hearing, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
If you could just take the balance of the rest of the county.
Of this,
Correct.
Okay. Oh, let me be, just to start out, this is a direct copy of what y'all were working on Friday at the end of the day.
You can't.
Okay, so it has a different plan name, but it's the initial, it's the copy of Friday's work.
Can't.
You can't see it.
Yeah, could you screen share, please?
Just a moment. You can't see it on this screen.
I can. Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm sorry. I hadn't shared the link.
Recording.
Now I got it on mine.
All right. All right. I caught up. Oh. And I'll change the color so it's more visible.
I personally prefer the side.
Recording.
I need to change that number. Obviously, I started with 54 instead of 55. It's a slow start to a Monday, isn't it?
bebés mío, no, pues.
Okay, I think this is where we need to be.
Yep. Can I see the total population of District 46, please? Okay, perfect. Can you remove the top rightmost township, Tyrone Township?
This township right
Correct.
here?
Yep, you got it. And then we should be pretty close at that point.
So that puts you 1770 down on District 55.
Could you, the southernmost precinct of Tyrone Township?
This precinct,
Correct.
put it back in there?
Yep. I think I'm gonna leave it right there for now. Because this will potentially allow for a district to take the remainder balance up to Flint. Protecting the communities along the US 23 US 23 corridor. And this also protects the communities of interest of the Howell and rural areas of Howell to the north. So basically the same reasons that I gave for 46. And I will be done at this particular point.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wichos. Secretary of State, are you satisfied?
Ken, could you scroll down on the active matrix? Thank you. Yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, at this point, we will move on to Commissioner Clark.
Good morning. Let me continue on with what Commissioner Wichers just talked about. Let's head up where we just did District 55. Let's head up toward Flint. So let's get the remainder of that township that you just took down south of Flint from District 55. Yeah. Yep. Let's get the remainder of that township yes, that one, that Dustin.
Tyrone Township.
Right. Let's get Tyrone, Rose, Groveland, and Holly. Let's start with them. And then we'll go to Fenton and Linden. Well, Fenton, I guess it's Fenton County, I'm not sure.
All of this township?
Yep, correct. The whole township, all of Holly, all of Groveland, and all of Rose Townships. Okay, so let's get Monday, Gaines, and Argentine Townships. And there's some already committed in Monday. To the preliminary, yeah, good. Let me see where we're at now. 3,200 over, okay.
Did you say take Burns?
Nope, don't take anything at the moment. We got too many at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I want to leave it like this. Let me think for a second. Yeah, let's leave it like that. I'm good with it.
Okay, Commissioner Cart, did you say unassigned some area?
No, I did not. Keep 56 just as you have it today. Right now, yeah.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, would you like me to proceed with asking my questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's somewhat difficult to hear you, Commissioner Clark. So could you either maybe turn up your mic or move closer to it?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Any better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, I chose some townships that were getting boxed in, and fortunately, they were all rural oriented townships, and they moved up toward the area of Flint. The only community of interest that I considered while doing this that I thought was appropriate was that this is rural for the most part, and I felt that fell in line with some of the comments that we've heard at the public hearings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Okay, at this point, we're going to move on to Commissioner Eid.
Okay, can we get the overlays for what we've done already on here?
Yes, I preloaded a bunch of them. So this is something to be looked at. And I'm just run down through how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think, and they overlap each other a lot. So if we can narrow it down to the part of the state, so we don't have so many up there.
Well, let's put on the ones we did in the Upper Peninsula in Western Michigan.
The upper part?
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is one good clean one. I could not find others. There may be more out there. I have to work with my wingman.
Okay. And what about, is there one for Western Michigan?
So I'm gonna turn them on one at a time. You tell me when to stop because I can't decide what you want to look at. So that's primarily down in the southwest. Yeah. That's that little piece right there.
Okay. No, you can leave that one on.
Leave these on?
Yep.
Okay. And then we have that area that kind of runs up into your Upper Peninsula. More west, that's the green. I'm trying to do different colors so that we can at least have an idea what we're looking at. Then this gets into South Central. This will be more Lansing and Southeast. I think they were combined. Well, I know they were. If you look at this Southeast, it looks like the same as the blue lines. As far as I could tell, they are the same as the blue. And I think this was the very first plan done, and it's down in the Southeast area. If you see it turn green right in here, I think that was the very first thing.
Yeah, and it looks like they overlap. So that last one, turn off, but all the other ones, let's leave them up there.
So leave them all on?
Yep.
Okay.
At least get an idea of what we have left and what we've done already to reconcile later. Okay, so it looks like what we have left are, still have some of the thumb area. But I'm actually gonna start with the rest of the district that's under 51.
Under 51.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's take the rest of those townships.
Okay, repeat that. Take all these townships?
Yep, all of the townships in that county that are currently unassigned.
Now, do you want to, you're going eastward, correct?
Yep. Eastward and up into Lafayette.
Lafayette and Wheeler?
Yep, both of them.
And Wheeler?
Yep, both of them. Okay, and we're, well, let's include Wheeler.
I'm sorry, I thought I'd done Wheeler.
Okay, now, Commissioner Orden, you were working on Saginaw, right? So I was gonna go east until we hit it, but what were your thoughts on that?
Just really, just really quick, I'm going to pull up what I had.
Okay, so you have this area unassigned still. Okay. So yeah, let's go east. Pretty much we're taking the rest of that county to the right and we're going east until we hit Saginaw or population.
I'm having a hard time hearing. I'll fix it after lunch, but
Sorry. So we're gonna
holler at me if I go too far or not far enough. Is that it?
yeah, let's do that. I think we're still gonna need much more population. We need what, still like 70,000 more people?
Keep going?
Yeah, keep going. All right, we need 40,000 more people now.
Keep going?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you want to assign Spalding and Bridgeport part of those,
I want to apply Spalding, but do not apply Bridgeport.
all of Spalding?
Yes. Well, you know, the rest, the part that isn't already covered in District 34.
Right, I need to change the precincts. So significant, that's one precinct that goes into 31. Assign that to 57?
Well, no, only assign the parts that are not already assigned.
Okay,
to 30. Is that 34 or 31?
that's 31.
Okay, yeah, so assign the rest of it that's not assigned to 31.
This looks like little islands. Do we not want to go into Bridgeport at all?
Yeah, I don't want to go into Bridgeport.
Let me
here.
back up.
Yeah. Okay, so we need another 11,000 people, if I'm reading that correctly.
This is two little census blocks left to assign.
Okay, yeah, you can assign them to 57. And then what is that part that's at the tip?
The township boundary going, that's 31 in there.
And that area was not assigned to 31 previously? No, it doesn't look like it was. Okay, that part that juts out in between 57.
Just a moment. Somebody help me with this. Was this area in 31 before we started?
Yeah, it was.
Want me to put it back in there?
Yeah, Kent, this is Kim. Yes, that should go back into 31. You were assigning the whole precinct there, not at the census block.
It's really easy to make mistakes when you're zoomed in so close to those census blocks. Now, is that where we want to be with 31 and 57?
Yeah, I believe so. The population is back where it's supposed to be in 31. Okay, so we need another 33, almost 34,000 people in this 57. Do you see that area that's in between 57 and 31 right now? That's in between Thomas and Saginaw, a little north.
This area in here?
No. I'm talking about like in between. So if you zoom in and go north, that area in between Thomas and Saginaw, those three precincts.
The currently unassigned area?
Yes.
Yep.
This area right here?
Yeah. Let's assign those three precincts.
Into which district? 57?
57.
That goes to 57, correct?
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then likewise on those areas north of Saginaw Township, you see those three precincts that are currently unassigned? No, below that. Yep, those three.
This area right through here.
Exactly. Let's assign those to 57. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit.
Excuse me?
Can we zoom out a little? Okay, let's go south of this district. Let's apply those 4 townships that are below 57 currently. So Fairfield, Rush, New Haven, and Hazelton. Trying to think about how to do this without completely boxing ourselves in here. Okay. Where would we be at if we took the rest of that township right now that's below 57, that includes Owasso?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you very well again.
If we take that whole township that includes Owasso,
Yes, sir.
yes, that township, where would we be at population wise?
That line right there is 30,000.
That what you have highlighted is 30,000?
This right through here is 30,000.
Okay, well, that's too much. Any ideas from my fellow commissioners? I was trying not to go east of Flint because that's where Richard and Cynthia were working on, and I didn't want to go into that area. But it looks like we may be boxing ourselves in a little bit.
Well, I would suggest actually doing that, exactly that. So start with another District 58 and fill in that east area and see how much population you have, and then sort of work on them both at the same time, because then you'll see what the population is in those two areas. Just a suggestion. Commissioner Orton.
And if you want to go ahead and fill in that area that I had on there around Saginaw, if that helps.
Okay, that would help. All right, so let's make a 58.
We're creating 58 now.
Yes. And from here, we're going to start on the western edge of 50, of District 50.
The western edge of 50.
Yeah, 50 is in the thumb area.
So
right, that whole edge right there, we're going to start and we're going to go west.
So start with that
Yep.
and continue through this area.
Yeah, continue through until you hit Bridgeport.
Commissioner Orton? I know that when we did Saginaw, we got into some precincts and even some blocks possibly, so I wonder if we could lock that one, just to be on the safe side.
I'm sorry, like I said, I'm having a hard time hearing today, and
I'm sorry, I forgot. I think when we did Saginaw, we got into precincts and maybe even blocks. So I'm wondering if you could lock.
yes, lock 31.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
lock 31 so we don't accidentally get into it.
Okay, it's locked now.
Okay, so for this 58, I want to go all the way, the rest of that unassigned area until we hit 31.
So we're going to go across
Yep,
here,
across and down.
all of this. Okay, I'm going to select it and then before we assign anything.
Commissioner Lang?
Sorry, couldn't unmute. Something to look at real quick, I think, where it says in District 106, or pardon me, the 10606, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that I saw that that's where the Midland Bay Saginaw International Airport is. So you might want to be mindful of that when drawing districts to make sure that it's possibly in one of the districts that contain one of those cities. Just a thought. We've heard a lot of comment about the airport.
Did everyone hear what she said clearly? We're having some audio issues in these rooms. So if I am correct on what I'm saying, please give me a thumbs up. So she said to be mindful of the area that includes the population of 10,605 because she believes that might be the location of the airport that's tied to Midland, Saginaw and Bay. And so we might want to consider making sure that that's put in with one of the cities that feeds to that airport. Is that accurate? Okay, thumbs up.
So shall I continue across here with precincts?
Yeah, let's continue. And we can, where exactly is that airport here? I'm not seeing it.
Freeland,
but-
so just to that most westernly district that's not currently assigned.
Gotcha.
Not there. Okay. Not there.
Yep, assign those.
Assign that
You're
to
doing wonderfully.
58.
Mhm.
Commissioner Eid, can you put your microphone closer to your face?
Sure can. Okay, so now let's take Bridgeport, which is the area right underneath what we have assigned in 31. Yes, with
this area.
Yep, exactly. I was gonna try pronouncing that, but Dustin might get a little mad.
Assign that to 58.
Assign it to 58. And now we're gonna go south one more row of townships.
these townships across here?
Exactly.
Assign that.
Assign them, please. Okay, now, if we assign Freeland to this district, that would make us okay on population. Are there any thoughts on that? I know we had just talked about the airport issue.
Assigning it to the District 57, which is kind of the, 58 or 57, which one are you
I was
proposing?
talking about assigning it to the one that was just drawn, 53.
58.
58, yes. Or would that maybe be better in 57? Would it maybe be better? Yeah, do you
Yeah,
want
can
to
we
zoom
zoom
out so
out?
we can
Yeah.
see?
Commissioner Lang, I see that you have your hand up again.
I would almost suggest taking out part of the northern Saginaw County and putting Freeland with Saginaw County, so you keep that airport. I just have a feeling if you split that airport out, like in 58, I don't know. I would probably take some northern Saginaw counties out and add Freeland in with the county that has Saginaw City in with it.
And can we pull this down a little bit so we can see up to the Bay Area?
Yeah, we're a little too
Yeah,
south right
there
now.
we go. That's helpful.
So we're discussing where to assign that one unassigned township. Exactly.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I think what Commissioner Lang is saying reminds me of what was said in terms of Grand Rapids, like the Cascade Township or Ada Township. I can't remember exactly which one, but that Grand Rapids Airport was also, because we didn't assign it, was, yeah, I think what Commissioner Lang is saying is true. And so it's either going to be 32 or 54, right, to assign that, like one of those districts. I guess we've got, I guess it could be part of Saginaw, but that'd be quite a stretch to, yeah.
So there is a major population number there of 10,000 people. How would that look? How are the population numbers looking for both 54 and 52?
32 is over. 54 is over. They're both over.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could put it into 57 because it's immediately adjacent to Thomas, which also is like the western edge of Saginaw. So there's more population there. I'd rather you go that way than to 58. Commissioner Orton.
Could we, so if we added it to 54 so that it would be with Bay City, then those first two precincts over at the Bay that are closest to 58.
To the shoreline?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe they could go with 58 to balance it.
Yeah, let's try that. I like that, actually.
How
What is-
populated are they though?
What was that?
How populated are they?
That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Can we look at those three, exactly, those three precincts that are right there on the eastern edge of 54?
No, Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Lang. You're on mute, Doug.
Thank you. I was going to make the same comment as Cynthia. I would take Hampton precinct and maybe Hampton Township. I don't know what that is. And free, that's 9,600, 9,700, and Freeland area was 10,000. So it's a good balance. And it's not, you're not bumping up next to the Bay City itself by doing that.
Okay, I'm okay with that. So if we could add Hampton and Hampton Township into 58.
All right, I'm waiting for this computer to stop rolling through whatever it's doing.
Commissioner Lang, did you also have a comment?
If you scroll up though to the north, you've got two rural areas. In public comment, they've said that northern Saginaw is more of a rural, and we still have a district that's going to be need to be drawn to the north also. So that's why I was suggesting possibly taking out the two northern townships and adding that one in. That way it's in Bay County and Saginaw County, if I'm not mistaken.
So can you zoom out so we can see what Rhonda's talking about? She's saying there's northern townships that are more rural, I think at the top of the bay, is that right?
Yes.
Yes,
At the
so
top
can
of
we
54.
zoom out a little bit so we can see? Oh, the computer's logged up, so never mind. Computer's not cooperating.
I'll be glad to do it.
Lower his hand.
Yep, Doug, can you take your hand down if you don't have another comment? Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to where we're at now.
The only thing we're missing, hadn't we assigned this area right here to 58?
We had, yes.
Then from here, we went north, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct. And we're trying to discuss where to take off of 54 in order to add in the airport area. And we need
Okay.
about 10,000 people.
There's Pencon, the top of it. And that's the.
So if
the
we took
bottom.
off those top two townships of Mount Forest and the one to the right of it, that gets us about,
Anthony's talking to you.
about 6,000.
Talking to your mic, Anthony, we can't hear you.
It gets us about 6,000, I believe. No, less than that, about 5,000. So we'd still need about 5,000 more people if we wanted to go that route. Or the alternative route is what Commissioner Clark was talking about, taking out Hampton and Hampton Township.
Those are precincts, just highlighted precincts, not.
If you take off the township, not the precinct, what would that give us? Because it said 9,000.
Yes, I'll go to township. I would select, it would be that area.
Okay, well, let's assign that to 58. Now let's assign the airport area we're speaking about, that south area that's unassigned. Let's assign that to 54. And now 54 is a little over, so let's unassign those two northern townships that Commissioner Lang was speaking of. Yep, both of those. And that can go in a later district, perhaps a more rural district later. Okay, so now 54 is okay, but 58 is still short about 6,000 people. So let's look at the unassigned area we have south.
Commissioner Orton?
I'm wondering, it's not showing on the screen right now, but if you could zoom out just a little bit, Kent. Could you zoom out just a little bit, Kent? I can't see it on the screen right now, but that top township that's in 53, I wonder if that could go into 58 and then 53 could go more to the east or the west or something. I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
I don't know what the population.
I was gonna say, I don't think there's a lot of people there, but yes, that
Yeah,
could be a
it's 2,000.
solution.
It would make it a little bit more compact though, so I'd be okay with doing that.
Commissioner Rothorn?
And you still have 13,000 to go for 57. So I think what you're, yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
moving
you-
everything to the west. Okay, so yeah, that Watertown Township, let's assign that to 58.
Okay.
Where are we at with 53 right now? Okay, 53 is okay. So we're just worried about 58. We need another about 4,000 people, and we need 57 that needs another 14,000 people. So let's assign, oh, well, we got something on screen. So let's assign that township.
Just a moment. Not me.
Not our day.
No.
We got a case of the Mondays going on,
Case of the
huh?
Mondays. Cinnamon roll break.
I'm gonna grab one of those.
On this computer, I've already got one on this.
Okay, we're back up.
So it looks like we're back.
Wonderful. Okay, let's assign to. Okay, again, just to recap, we are looking for more population on both districts 58 and 57 at this point. So for 58, so we don't box ourselves in, exactly that township that you're hovering over, let's assign that to 58.
Montrose,
Yep.
Montrose, however y'all say it. Montrose.
Yep, it's a 58. Now that's going to put us a little over population. Let's see what it does. Okay, so we're a little over now. We're about 3,000 over. Let's zoom back into that township, please. So we could either split this township up and maybe just take the east side and go a little bit south to get that little part of Flushing, or since we're within the population deviation, albeit a bit over, we could leave it the same and now just try to get 14,000 more people into 57.
I personally would just focus on 57. I think you're within the deviation.
Okay. Well, okay, so now we have 57. We still need another 14,000 people. Let's assign the remainder of Flushing to it.
This area,
Yep.
the 57. I'm gonna change the color of 50 or 20. That's good. Forget it.
You see, the issue now is we're going to be boxed in on this Owasso area if we follow the maps that we've done previously that are outlined in blue.
I think you're right. And well, yeah, we'll just have to adjust.
Okay, this whole unassigned area that we have that is not outlined in blue, that doesn't go into those districts, this is going to put us over, but we can take off from somewhere else. Let's assign all of that to 57.
Assign all of the Oswazo.
Yes.
And this.
Exactly.
To 57?
To 57.
To 57.
I like that plan, Anthony.
We have some little pieces in there we need to clean up at some point. This area to 57?
Yes, 57.
Yeah.
You do have some parts of Swartz Creek that is fragmented over here. Do you want to see what population you have in that area? I mean, you don't have to change anything, but.
Well, it looks like both of those should be in 27 in peach, the peach color.
There, but this and this into 27.
Yes.
continued.
Yep, let's continue with 57 and getting the rest of that unassigned area into it.
Okay, I'm going to highlight it to make sure we're on the same page before assigning anything. That area to 57?
Yes. And then that one township below it as well.
This one right here?
Exactly. Okay, so now we're way over, but we're not boxed in. That was the purpose of doing that. So now we got to take off population of 57, probably that area below 51 would be the most logical place to take off.
Commissioner Lang,
Just a question, looking at the lines that were drawn from previous maps, it looks like, was it 55 goes into an area that was already drawn? So maybe it would be more beneficial to leave that bottom portion that you just added to 57 to possibly be added into the new district when we reconcile the other maps.
It doesn't look like that's included in the other district to me.
The blue outline, doesn't that cut off part where you look at District 55 and the blue outlines from previous maps?
Oh, 55.
55 is what she's
Yes.
talking about. Yeah, I mean, I think this is just going to be part of the reconciliation process because we know the district you just did 57 is way over, but we know we have other districts that are impinging on districts we've drawn. So I think that's just all part of the reconciliation process that we're going to have to work on the next couple days. So.
Yeah, but I see what Commissioner Orden is saying. I think she's saying to complete the rest of that district, even though it was drawn a different way. And then because that area is now complete, we won't have to reconcile it later because it's already complete in two other districts. Which is, you know, we could do that. I don't know what that would do to the population. But what I'm trying to do is to not go into districts we've already drawn as much as possible.
So you could do 59 and just see, you know, since you understood what Commissioner Lang was saying, I think that's that doesn't hurt us right now before you finish your turn.
Well, okay, so we're still way over population. So let's take care of that first. So let's unassign the areas of 57 that are in exactly that county that you're hovering over right now.
Before you do that, I have a maybe faster suggestion. If you're going to grab that unassigned population below, why not just start a new district and then reassign 57 from the bottom? It's just faster than unassigning and then reassigning. Does that make sense? So if you're looking at those 9 townships that are from 50, I can't see it, 53, 55, putting them into 57 rather than unassigned 57, just start assigning like District 58 and 59 and then grab population. Does that make sense? Rather than unassigning.
Yeah, we could do that. So what we're saying.
I'm just making you draw all our districts today,
Yeah.
Anthony. You're like on your 5th district, but that's okay.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, so we're gonna do another district, which is fine. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue adding to 57. We're gonna take those 9 townships that are to the west of 55.
Okay,
Yes,
put those in 57.
Yes, the ones that are outlined in blue.
I'm not saying make them 57. I'm saying make them a new 59. And then when you pull up, you're going to take the bottom off 57 into your new 59. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that's better. That's better.
So am I hearing create a 59?
Yeah, so we're making a 59.
And I'm just going to highlight them. And if it's not what you want, we just stop. So that's the beginning of 59? Sharon?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're gonna, so now we're going into 57 because we're overpopulated on it. So we're gonna take this whole area until we get okay on population for 59. Okay, yep, and let's take those next row of townships that are in 57.
Take which ones?
That whole row of townships,
This whole row.
that whole row. Yeah, and we're
include-
also, yep, we're gonna include that and include Schwartz Creek as well, and that little area to the right of Schwartz Creek.
Okay, I'll go down to the precinct level. Well, I'll do it on this one.
Yeah, and let's fix those little islands of 57 that we made. This is working quite well because the difference between 57 and 59 is about even.
Commissioner Rothorn, did you have a comment?
I was just thinking that I'm not sure, but I thought those 27, we may want, I know that you just assigned those to 59, Kent, but I think those may be 27. We'll just look at it later though. Let's not look at it now.
Zoom in right here.
Yeah, that, I think there may have been some changes. It may have been squared off. 27 may have been squared off, and then when we made some changes, it may have changed, but I have to look back at the history. So at this point, I'm going to do some more research before I remember. Yeah, but I think those blocks that go into 27 from 59 may actually have originally belonged to 27, and we just accidentally.
But these blocks right here?
Those blocks, yep.
Okay, they were in 57.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so put these in 27?
No. Forgive me. Leave it the way it is. I'm going to do some research. Leave it, yeah.
Commissioner Orton?
Could we just see the active matrix for 27?
Can we see the active matrix for 27?
Oh, see the numbers. Is that what you were looking at?
There it is. It's still good.
Yep, so we're still good. Thank you. Yep, you were. Mhm.
So good. Making progress, everybody. Okay, so now we just have to take a little bit off of 59 and put it into 57. So does anybody have because 57, we're short 8,000 people, 59, we're over 6,500 people right now. So it's just really a question of which of these counties here to take off from 59 and put into 57. I'm wondering if anybody has any advice on which one of this row to take.
That's a tough call.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards Clayton. And now that would, but no, that we can't do that because
No.
then we wouldn't be contiguous with Schwartz Creek.
Commissioner Orton?
It does seem like that would be best, but then we have that problem. But maybe we could put Schwartz Creek and that little area into 56 and then look at elsewhere in 56 to add to a different district. Take some off.
Yeah, 56 we're already over.
Could we scroll into what the population of Schwartz Creek is? So it's 6,000 and Gaines is. What's the precinct just to the east of it, the other diagonal? So what's the total that we would possibly be reassigning? So 8,000 total.
That's a single precinct of 1,953.
So the total is about 8,000. And then can you zoom out a touch so I can see 56? Yeah, so 56. So you could assign Schwartz Creek and the precinct next to it into 56 and then take off the western precinct, which is about 6,600. And that might move it around a bit. It's going to be a bit of kind of Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, you're talking about those 3 western precincts, but those into 59.
Probably even the whole township. So put Schwartz Creek in and take those off. And then you can come down and pull in from whatever the top one is at this point.
I see. Okay, yeah, let's try that. So let's assign that township you were just hovering over into 59. Yeah, that township into 59. Then we're going to put Schwartz Creek and that precinct to the right of it into 56.
Is that what you had in mind?
Generally, yeah. It looks like you have a little triangle there. That should probably be in 56 as well. Yeah, that one.
This right here?
Exactly.
Assign those 2 blocks to 56? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, to 56. Okay, now let's zoom out. Let's see where we're at with 59.
So now you could put that district above into 57. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's, can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah, it's above Schwartz Creek, Kent.
You're saying,
can you pan up a little bit, pan north on the screen?
I'm sorry, what you say?
So we're trying to go north of Schwartz Creek, whatever that township is that's just north of Schwartz Creek. Yeah, right there. So Clayton.
And we're going to put that into 57.
57. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That works.
Well, that did it. So let's zoom out and see what we got for the whole area here of like Flint and Saginaw.
So I think we've finished the thumb at this part and the Saginaw Bay Cities area, haven't we? Yay! That's awesome. All right, are you done with your turn, Anthony?
I am.
Your 2-hour-long turn.
Five districts later. You know,
it's all good.
Lots of collaboration.
Lots of
though. That's what I
collaboration,
like to
yeah.
see. And you know, the main reasons these districts are drawn this way were to respect communities of interest. We changed a whole lot of them actually to respect that. We added the airport into the Midland Bay City area. We kept Owasso together with the townships and areas that it felt like it was similar to. We have the area south of Mount Pleasant. We have the thumb area. And I think this looks pretty good.
Department of State Staff, any questions for Anthony? Nope, we're good. All right. So Commissioner Lang, we are actually on to your turn next. We're also supposed to break in 10 minutes. So do we want to, I think at this point we have the whole map completed for what we hadn't finished. So at this point, we're going to be bringing in the layers and start melding the maps together. So Kent, do you need a few seconds to do that? Do I see?
I have, I think, the complete coverage unless I'm missing something.
Okay.
Let's, like I said, all we can do is look at what I've loaded up and see how the coverage works.
Commissioner Lang, did you have a question?
Yes, I don't believe we were completely done because we still have part of Saginaw and the shoreline to the east that I didn't see an overlay for.
Could you repeat that? You don't think we're done? We're missing part of?
Part of Saginaw, Aranac County, we're not drawn yet.
All right, so then Rhonda, go ahead and direct the line drawers, and then if you don't finish your turn, we'll just pick it up after the lunch break.
Kent, could you please put the overlay for the northeast and northwest regions up?
In this region up in here?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a few, I know, I'm looking for the one I just loaded up. Oh, I know what happened to it. So this was the one labeled Northwest and UP. And then we had a few that are labeled West. I don't know how far west they go, but I'll turn them on.
Actually, Kent, pardon me, that's actually good because I remembered the other ones.
So this is one of the west.
Okay.
The green one is another one of the west. These are more, they're on already. That's the blue ones. This was the first one we did on August. It's supposed to be 8/23, and it's right down in here.
Okay, I'm good. I see what I need to see. So if we could scroll up to the northeast, those areas that are unassigned, starting with Gladwin.
Gladwin?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
I'll start
I'm going
with
to do it. Here, Kent, let me do it like this. Include all of Gladwin, what's left of Bay County, Aranac, and go up the shoreline for what's not assigned yet.
So these 4 townships
Leave those.
are, they're currently in 32. Do you want to put those in 60 as well?
No, please leave those with 32. Just the unassigned.
Yeah, she just wants the unassigned, she said. So all of that white area.
All of this area?
I think so, yes. Yeah, she's saying, yeah.
I'll highlight it. If it's not right, we will not assign it. Would you like to assign this area to 60?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, you still need 53,812 to hit the target number.
Please go up the shoreline to the other unassigned. The shoreline,
Shoreline, okay.
The shoreline.
Iosco County.
So Osco County is 25,237. That's the entire county. Do you want to put that into 60?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, you still need 28,000.
Was Alcona already drawn? Alcona County?
Yes, ma'am. The magenta lines or pink lines
The pink
were
lines.
districts that had previously been drawn
Okay.
in previous weeks, months ago.
So I am stumped then. I don't know which way to go to pull in because we already have drawn areas. So
Commissioner Orton, did you have a suggestion?
Well, I'm just thinking, since that's so much below a district, is maybe there are other areas, some small pockets or something that we haven't assigned, because we shouldn't come out with that much left over, I'm thinking.
If you notice our maps that are green lines versus magenta, you can see when we did those, because we did them at different times, we have some pretty significant overlap in those areas. So I think that's where the population variance is in, especially if you look up just south of Traverse City, we've got green lines going further south and magenta lines coming down. So we're gonna have to reconcile those two different sets of maps. So I just say draw the district that you feel comfortable drawing right where you are at, Rhonda, and we can adjust other lines based on it. So.
okay, okay. Kent, why don't you add in then looking at this district, Ogama County, all of Ogama? Yes. And
Okay, Commissioner, you're 7,805 below the target number.
okay, can we take us, oh. 7,000. Can you kind of scroll towards Claire and let me see the population for the far east counties in Clare County. The townships, yeah, by Gladwin, go to south, down. These four, oh, you can't see. Next to Gladwin, Clare County, the four townships there, what the population is there. To the west.
You want him to go into Clare County?
Yes.
So into Clare County, Kent?
Yeah, I got it.
It's just kind of difficult to hear in this room. There's an echo.
Commissioner, these are the 4 townships that border, well, 3 townships that border 60 proper.
Let's take those 4 townships and add them to 60, please.
That's going to put it in the range.
Okay, let's leave it there at this moment until we reconcile and see if there's any more changes that need to be made.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lang. Department of State staff, do you have questions for her? You good? Okay. All right, at this point, we are ready to recess for lunch. So without objection, we will recess for lunch for 60 minutes. Hearing no objections, we will stand in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody. the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners. Can members of the Zoom call hear me? Okay. Okay, great. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present. I'm attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Department of State. All right, at this point, we are going to continue with our unfinished business 5A, which is continuing the mapping and the reconciling of the House districts. We left off with Commissioner Lett. So Commissioner Lett, I will direct you to direct the map drawers.
It appears we have everything filled in. Is that correct?
I believe so, or pretty close to it.
So what is our game plan for moving forward?
I believe our game plan is to start to reconcile the prior districts that we drew. So you could pick an area or a region that we worked in before and have them put up the lines and we could start filling those in.
We'll take the southeast section.
Okay, we have,
Department of State staff, we're not seeing the screen share up on the large screen, and I'm not sure the Zoom.
well, I know why. Again,
I just want to make sure everybody's able to see it. Yeah, it's appearing on the monitors in front of us. There it is. Okay, now we can see it. Thank you.
sorry about that. Commissioner Lett, we have, it appears just in this general area, these blue and green lines pretty much overlap. They seem to be pretty much the same until you get up into here. Then you have these red ones are another plan that come from this way, and they all come together, I think, pretty much in this area. I can show you the different layers. We have quite a few to look at. You know, basically all these two are the same, so. So that's turning off some of the western side base districts. The green and blue do differ right in this area a little bit.
Well, let's get down to the southeast aqua, whatever that colors. And have we numbered those?
They were, in each one of these plans, they were basically they started at like 1 to 10 and 1 to 20 or 1 to 8. We can label them.
So we're up to 58, 9, or 60?
Your district would be 61, continuing the sequence.
Okay.
And here's some area here that was not assigned in the previous plan drawing. and has not been assigned in this map. That would be this little area right in here.
Okay. Let's label where your cursor is.
Here?
Yep, 61. I assume that we're going to continue on numbering from 60 on up.
I believe so, yes.
Is that correct, Madam Chairman?
That would be rational, yes.
Chairperson, I mean.
Commissioner Lett?
So my goal is to everything that's within that area to label it 61.
Yes, sir. I'll change the color so we don't run into 9. Not much difference, is there?
How many people are in 16? 16.
Is just 632 over ideal.
And how about 9? It's right above it. I can see it.
Just 1,000 under.
Am I reading that correctly that Woodhaven has 12,000 people in it?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's 12,941. That's 10,541. That's 3,240.
Okay.
Roughly, what, 26,000 people?
So I'm looking for suggestions on what we should do with 25,000 people.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rothard.
I think the idea of assigning it to 61, perhaps, I think that's what when Anthony was drawing earlier, I think that worked. And then just sort of understanding that it's assigned, so we know how much to take off of 61 and then sort of to move west. Meaning, I think what we like is that we like the Detroit districts. There's some tweaking that need to be done, but right, in general, when as we're reconciling, I think we want to adjust what we drew much far earlier. And so assigning that to 61 and then sort of peeling it off as you move west to different districts. I guess that's the thought.
You could also take that little bit of Brownstown that's not assigned and put it into 16 because you do have a little room there.
Okay, all the unassigned area right there is 37,205. Oh.
Okay, zoom out.
Commissioner Orton.
So I also think we've been trying to get the populations as close to 0 as possible, the population deviation, but I'm thinking with the information that we received from Julianne, maybe we shouldn't be as worried about that. We should be more worried about communities of interest, I was going to say, but also Voting Rights Act, those things might come to play in this. So maybe we shouldn't be trying to get it as close to zero as I was thinking anyway.
I wasn't even considering that since we have 25,000 people. That's not even, that's about 25%.
It's 37,000. That unassigned is 37.
Yeah, you could also put in those areas that are unassigned and take off Huron and Ash.
Well, I guess the question is, in my mind, is this an area of downriver that we want to include with 9 and work from there? Or is this something we want to put in 61 and shave off the bottom? I mean, there's got to be some reason other than just stick it somewhere.
I have a couple public comments that talked about sort of little downriver. I don't think there was anything consistent. I mean, I don't think that there's one consensus that, that this area that's unassigned, which is considered downriver, belongs, it ideally would stay in downriver. I think you're absolutely right. And I think that to associate it with Berlin and Frenchtown and the city of Monroe along the coast there, it fits better. The likelihood that it will fit better is good. I don't think it has to be with 9 or 16. I think it can fit there.
All right, Ken, let's put it in 61 and then we'll see what we have to do to cure that problem.
Commissioner Clark.
Can't hear him.
We can't hear you, Commissioner Clark.
I'm sorry. My opinion would have been take the unassigned area and put it into 61, and then initially take off Huron and Ash and see where we're at, and then we'll whittle it down from there.
Okay, let's zoom out.
Commissioner Orton.
So I'm wondering why we couldn't put at least some of it, one area in with 9, because I think 9 is low. Maybe distribute it a little bit where we are before we move it to the west.
You're saying 9 is low?
I thought it was.
I didn't. What's 9?
I thought it was maybe under by 1,000.
9 is
right?
1,088 low.
Yeah.
16 is 632 high.
Chair Zatella, do you want to talk about Brownstown or what you were sharing with me earlier?
Oh, I was just saying that Brownstown has 3 different areas to it. And then there's the one little divot that you could put into 16, which might help with population. So yeah, that area right there, that's actually part of Brownstown that you could put into 16. It's going to put 16 over a bit, but it just might reduce the population in 61. But I would also point out too, I thought when Commissioner Witches drew his Livingston County yesterday, he went a little bit into the district that we're in right now. And so I think this might balance out once we get closer around to Ann Arbor. So.
I went to make west of 61, the area that is in there, 62, and let's see what it is.
Take this area here and make it 62.
Yes. It's got to be Memphis at the top.
Milan.
Milan, it's a prison.
Okay, 62 is just 240 people below the target.
And you got Luna Pier.
That's just never. We need I see that it added into 62, but it did not change the number. So let's do a real quick rebuild and see if it figures itself out.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Thank you so much. While Mr. Stegall is repopulating that data for the commission to take a look at, I wanted to revisit some 1960s cases because I can tell that the commission would love to hear about that. I promise to be brief. In the Reynolds v. Sims case, specifically I'm talking about state legislative reapportionment and redistricting. So the deviation that Alabama hadn't been reapportioned since 1903, and this case was brought in the 1960s. The largest Senate district had 41 times the population of the smallest, and the largest Senate district had approximately 41 times the population of the smallest. The largest House district had approximately 16 times the population of the smallest. So the U.S. Supreme Court held that a substantial equality standard as to population. And I know in the past we've talked about the Gaffney case, again, another U.S. Supreme Court case where population deviations under 10% are presumptively constitutional. We've also talked about another line of cases that challenges can be brought to deviations under 10% and challenged if they were based on improper considerations. Deviations above 10% have also been held to be proper if they were for a legitimate purpose. And I would like to invite, if the commission would have it, one of the best cases discussing that topic is the Harris case coming out of Arizona from the last redistricting cycle. So while Autobound Edge is still vexing us, if the commission would like to hear Bruce's experience and perspective on his experience in Arizona. And again, their maps survived every legal challenge at every level of the court, which is absolutely a significant accomplishment in my manner of thinking.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that. I think that, Julian sent out an email from the legal team this morning about deviations. And I wanted to echo her point and what she wrote and what was in the email, but I also want to stress in Arizona at the draft map stage, the deviation was approximately 5% across the board. It grew to almost 9% before final maps were approved to address various issues. The Supreme Court is unequivocal that a 0.23 deviation, you do not need to go that far down One of the problems will be with such tiny deviations, you may run out of people to deal with political fairness, to deal with the Voting Rights Act. That's going to be, could be a significant issue. In Arizona, throughout the process, we built in leeway before the draft maps were approved. And in addition to that, before the final maps, we're talking about a 9.9% deviation. And as you know, we were sued with the plaintiffs claiming a violation of the 14th Amendment, one person, one vote. Supreme Court was very clear in saying, no, they have legitimate purposes for doing that, like compliance with the Voting Rights Act and some other issues. So I think it's really important at this stage, as you move toward approving draft maps, that be conscious of a 0.13, 0.35, 0.67 deviation. That is not the goal. It is not required. The Supreme Court has been very clear about that. And I think, as I said, in Arizona, my advice was, we have room to play because your goal is to comply with the Voting Rights Act. And the Supreme Court gives you a lot of leeway to do that, just as you have leeway to pursue other legitimate state interests like political fairness. Thank you. Communities of interest, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edelson. Steve, if you notice up in 37, that's what I was talking about, just so you're aware. So you see how when Dustin drew his lines yesterday for 37, he went into that area we had already assigned. So we're going to need more population up there. Oh, I thought it was, were you 46? 46. So 46 and 37 currently go into a district we had already drawn. So we will need population there. So I think, again, thinking of it like Tetris is, we're going to be shifting some of that population from 61 into those other districts. At least some of it, because we're so far over. Go ahead, Commissioner Rothhorn.
And I think, Commissioner, what I heard with Mr. Edelson is that we do have a case, and I think if you decided to split that area of the downrivers between 16 and 9, I think you have a good case. We have a very good case, actually, to sort of understand keeping Brownstone for that community of Brownstone together would, yeah. So I guess I just wanted to offer that. That's what I heard with Mr. Edelson. I think this is a good chance to try it if you wish.
Well, he can correct me, but I don't think he said that a 40% deviation was within the realm of
No, definitely not.
Did you say that?
That a 40% deviation could sustain itself?
Right.
I think that, yes, other than in early 1960s Alabama, that would not be my recommendation.
I guess I don't know if anybody else is having a hard time, but I'm having a hard time visualizing all this with no numbers. And we can't know what's there. So we've heard repeatedly from the people along the border that they like our design of what we did along the border. So do we want to go through and number the border districts to see where we're at
Yeah, knock
numerically?
yourself out.
Whether we're at 40% or 2%?
Go across, yeah.
Well, I'm not going to knock myself out, but he's going to knock himself out.
Just go.
So we're
Just
going across.
yeah, just go across, fill them in.
63,
Yep.
64, 65.
Yeah.
And try not to make them all green.
Kent is a fan of green, apparently. Either that or the program is.
Not that you do. I take it this program actually assigns the colors automatically. And tell Fred not to make them all green.
Shall we continue on into this area?
65. Yep.
Now on this southwest corner, it looks like we have, these are, the skinny lines is a different plan. Let me change the color so you can see that compared to the thick red. If I can find it. So that, I'm going to change that to a different color so we can see it. Okay. So this thin blue lines in here, for example, this district, according to the thin blue lines, was more up into here rather than that compact. So we're getting into an area where you kind of need to reconcile the red lines, the thin blue lines, and what you're doing presently. So pick your poison.
Commissioner Orton.
I think we had talked about creating two different alternatives for people to look at. Maybe this would be a good time to start two different ones.
What are you talking about? What do you want to do?
So I'm envisioning so these conflict, these two, where over in Berrien County, there's a conflict. So that's where we could start. We can maybe copy this map that we have so far, and then we can start one can be a version 1, one can be a version 2, where we have our different alternatives. I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but
I guess my question is, I thought we were at the point of reconciling alternatives now. Are we not there?
No, I think we're there. Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
I was going to say, if you were to make a copy now, then that's two maps that we have to make before we can have a full one up there. In my mind is fill one out following the lines as best as you can right now, and then go make a copy and then adjust it at that point. So we're not going back and forth between the two.
Yeah, I would concur with that. And I would also think that it will be easier if we just continue with what Steve's doing. And then we can take off the other layers and only put on the one that's an alternative, and from a copy, then change the alternative. Does that make sense?
But
go ahead.
But I don't think we have just one alternative. I think we've made different alternatives in different areas. So I just don't know how that's going to go together, but yeah, we can.
Yeah, and they overlap in many places. I mean, the west and the east kind of overlap as well. Like in this area.
Well, all I was doing, folks, was going across the bottom, labeling them so that we know where we're at through 65 with the numbers. And then I was going to go back to, I think it's 61, scroll down a little on the matrix. I think that's one that's over.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And as I understand what the conversation's been, we can go north and west because we need more people up in there somewhere, and see if we can do something with the excess people in 61.
Commissioner Wilthorn.
And I was going to offer that what I'd like to try to do is reduce the population of 61 by, I'd like to try to split that a little bit if you're willing. What I mean is I would at the township level just select Brownstown. And I think what I heard Chair Zatella talking about is that Brownstown has a unique, like it splits, like it's a funny thing. That's why I would select it at the township level and try to understand where Brownstown shows up. And then just see if we can add the other parts of Brownstown to 16 and see how much overpopulation 16 would be and how much, right, we would take away from the District 61. That was one idea.
Well, 16 was within a very narrow range.
Right. It is within a narrow range. And that's what I heard from Mr. Adelson is that if we want to keep them to, so the reason I'm suggesting is because I do think they appreciate, the people of Downriver as a community of interest, right? Rather than adding them to 61, which is not Downriver, trying to add those townships that are Woodhaven, Flat Rock, Rockwood, and I think a portion of Brownstown, rather than adding them to 61, trying to see how many can we add to either 16, District 16, or to District 9 within that deviation that Mr. Adelson was saying, not the 45% deviation, right? Not going that high, but does that make sense?
No. If you add Woodhaven, you're going to add roughly 11 or 12% to 16. And if you add Flat Rock, you're going to add another 11 or 12%. So that's going to make you 20. Now I take it you're talking about picking off voting precincts to add in there.
Yes. But in particular, Brownstown, because we've already taken a portion of Brownstown, we haven't taken the whole township of Brownstown, right? So adding the remaining precincts of Brownstown to that District 16, right? And what I mean to say is to add it at the township level to understand which parts of Brownstown are, it's drawn funny. I don't think we're going to actually pick the correct, quote unquote, correct precincts and be, all in Brownstown.
No, I mean, you would not be able to. I think there's some merit to adding the lower portion of Brownstown that you have right there. But the other two sections of Brownstown are east of Flat Rock and east of Rockwood. So they're going to be discontiguous with 16. So, but I do think from my perspective, it makes sense to continue with what you've been doing, but take it a little north up to Ann Arbor and then rebalance your districts, because that's where you've got the population that needs to be balanced. So if you were to go in and fill above 62 and then the district above that, see what those populations are. Because I think Ann Arbor is good. I think Ypsilanti is good. And I think the southern part of Ann Arbor is good. It's north of Dexter and Webster where we have taken population already. Yes. So you see the light green area, Northfield, Salem, and then Hamburg, Green Oak. Those were all areas we had districted that we took back yesterday. So I think between those three districts, you're going to have to readjust population, which I think will probably solve your problem in 61 because you're going to be able to shift population into those districts. Does that make sense?
No, but I'll let you try. I think you then have to label the areas south of Ann Arbor, that open area 60, whatever we're up to.
60.
So that we can then work with it. Unless there's some objection to that.
No, go ahead.
That would be 66. 66?
Yeah.
I'm just going to select areas before assigning them so it can be seen. And that would leave, I think this was the district.
Yeah, so
that
like
has
if you
been broke
could
up, and that would be the,
make that one district and then make the other one another district, we can see what the population differences is.
okay. So did I hear someone say, take this unassigned area and make a district out of it?
That's what I was proposing. Dexter, Webster, Shio. Put them together and then see what that population is. And then we
Yeah,
can
go ahead.
tell where we can pull population.
So I need to kind of drill in to get this little area here, because this part of the township is in this district. A lot of pieces, so that, do that, block it.
Well, we're just looking for a rough number, so go ahead with that.
Go ahead with it.
Yes.
All this area will have to be
Yeah, zoom back up
reconciled at some point.
and pick up those top two.
Okay, that area is 32,000, and we'll make that 67.
Sure.
Got a couple little pieces here, I guess, to grab.
We zoom out.
Let me change this color here to,
We can see it well enough.
Okay.
All right, so Dustin, you were saying we needed to pick up population where? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, where, it's District 37 you were discussing, right, Rebecca?
So 61 is currently over by, I think, 30,000 people or something like that.
Right.
So we need to shift from 61 over to 67 through 66, right? Because 61 is way over, 67 is way
I think you're gonna
under.
have to shift it through 62 and 63.
Mhm.
Right. And one of the comments that we heard this morning, public comments, was that, you know, we've got Western Washtenaw associated with sort of Western Wayne at this point, you know, that 66 runs all the way to the east there. And I think what she was saying is, you know, she'd rather have that Western Washtenaw and Eastern Jackson together. That was a community that she really identified. And we've heard that, you know, multiple times. So that's why I think it might actually work. Yeah.
What are you suggesting?
So for the eastern part of 66, yeah, take off well, it looks like Commissioner Eden may have something.
Yeah, Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, I agree with what you were just saying, MC. And I think this might be a point where we just make a 67 and include what you were just saying, that eastern part of 66, the rest of downriver and maybe Huron. And that would, we'd probably have to go a little bit further to make a whole district there. But that'd be one way of reconciling it.
So do you want me to direct Kent at this point? Or-
Please.
Okay. So Kent, so on the northern tip of 61, there's 2 rural counties that we're going to add those to 66. Yes, those 2.
This township here
Yep, and the one below it.
and this township.
Correct. Those 2 are going to go to 66. Yeah, Huron and Ash, that's it. Okay. And then we're going to move west. And I don't think these aren't final numbers yet. 61, I think, is still off, but we'll come back. Yeah, about 12,000. But at this point, yeah, we're going to 67. Yes, we're going to take, so 67 right now is Dexter, Webster, and Scioto. We're going to we're going to try to get 66. So we're going to take Linden, Sylvan, Chelsea, and Lima and put it to 67, for example. Again, these are just holding areas right now. I want to look at communities of interest and I really want to get other people's perspective. But at this point, it's just trying to get us a rough idea of how we might do this. So if you assign those to 67, please, Kent.
The area I have highlighted.
Yes, please. Yes. Mm-hmm. So with 61, we're still, so we need about 12,061, 67, 66, we're about 12,000. Okay. And we have 67, we need, so 66 and 61 are over. So Flat Rock. Yeah, so Flat Rock, so yeah, we're heading into the eastern area again. Yep. So, but does Flat Rock, so now the question is, this 66, this district 66 and the northern edge of 61, there, Woodhaven, Flat Rock, that area that is downriver. 66 is not a, yeah, I don't know if that's where do they associate? Any, you know, is that where should they go? Into 66, or should I try to actually do the 16 and 9 and split up as much as possible?
Huron is traditionally considered part of downriver, so I don't think it's odd to put Flat Rock and Huron together, but it does go significantly west of there. That would be my only concern. But in terms of Flat Rock and Huron, they're both considered downriver communities.
So then what I'd like to do is actually select Brownstown as a township. Well, no, let's select Woodhaven. All right, so, and we're gonna put into 16. We're just gonna
put it in 60.
Yeah, and we're gonna try it. Yep, because what I want to do is I want to select Brownstown. Yep, take out. Yeah, Brownstown's gonna go into the Huron into 66, but Woodhaven and yes. So you're gonna assign that to 16, please. Yes, Kent. Sorry, I'm gonna try to go one at a time.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I'm not
Yep, you're doing
losing
great.
track of what you thought.
So now, so that's in 16, okay. And this is also, do we remember, were we looking, what sort of population? I don't believe this is an opportunity to elect district. 16 is not, okay. Thank you. So, so select all of Brownstown into 66, please, Kent, and see what that looks like.
I think that's going to cut off
It's going to
Woodhaven,
cut off Woodhaven, oh.
but I'll select it.
Okay, no, then don't, no, because you can see that better than I can. Thank you. So don't do it. Yep. So let's not do that. So Brownstown then, so 16 is significantly over. It's already too much over.
The highlight is all of Brownstown.
And it's also that southern area then too, right? Yeah, that's why it's so funny. 16 is now 15% over, which is too high, potentially. Too high. All right. So,
You have made 61 just a 996 under ideal.
right. So Rockwood and Flat Rock are about the same population as Woodhaven. and 9, District 9. So we could put some of those in District 9. Is it? Let's try 12,000.
So I'm wondering if you, bring in the bottom half of Romulus into 66 and then take that off of 16 and then bring 16 down a little bit more.
Okay, let's try it, Kent.
So take all these precincts?
Correct, into 66, please.
Okay. Including this one?
Yes, please. So we're still over in 66, but yeah, now we're going to add.
So now we can adjust 16.
Mm-hmm. And 16 has been adjusted. It's still 3% over, but that's about where we want it to be. And 61 is about where we want it to be, I believe.
So, yes, it looks like
okay.
you've shifted all of it in, all the overage into
Yeah,
one.
there we go. 61.
District.
Okay, so 66 is our holding district now. So we've adjusted. So we've got 60. So downriver areas is probably as good as it's going to get. So now we want, so 66 is kind of so we're going to add from 66 into 67 because 66 is over and 67 is under. Okay. So, and if we keep it sort of an eastern facing district, if we look at it sort of south and east of the Ann Arbor area, should we take the Sharon, Freedom, Manchester, Bridgewater into the 67? Or Sile, Webster? Yeah.
I would do Lodi, Freedom, Sharon.
So the upper?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's about 9,000 and we need 40, so we might need it in addition.
Yeah. So we need Lodi, Freedom, and Sharon.
Yep, so let's select those, please, into 67. Kent, what you've got. Yep, you got it. Yes. Into 67, correct.
But then we're going to be cutting off 66 and making that, let's see.
So 66 is not too bad.
67 still needs more though.
And 67 needs more. And this is where so this is where we go. Yeah, and go into Grass Lake, exactly eastern. So the western edge of 67, we're going to move into Waterloo, Norvell, Grass Lake.
Yeah.
Not in that order, but Waterloo, Grass Lake, Norvell.
And that's accommodating that community of interest near Jackson so they affiliate more with Ann Arbor. So
yeah. And are we certain? I see Commissioner Eads' hand, but Doug, are we certain that we've got our Ann Arbor Superior, like those 4 townships in
those
there?
should be solid, I think.
Those should be solid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we can fill them in and check, but they should be solid.
Yeah. Why don't we do that before? So Kent, sorry, at this point,
we need 68, I think.
this would be district number 68.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 69. So let's fill those in and make sure you know those.
Create a district in here?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I think Ypsilanti and Superior were together as a district, and then Ann Arbor was broken into 2. So it's 3 districts, I think.
68.
Commissioner E, did you have a comment?
Well, I was just gonna suggest, why not take the rest of 16 and put it into 66? And then move 67 over until you have the remaining balance.
Why add 16?
Yeah, I think we've got it balanced at this point. We just
Yeah.
have the 67 is not balanced at this point, but the rest of them are, I thought.
Oh, I see. 16 is balanced at this point.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see. Never mind. Thank you.
Yeah, so Ypsilanti should go into 68. I think that's where we're at. Yeah, that part of
Okay.
Ypsilanti into 68. Yeah,
So it's actually 3 districts in here, isn't
yeah,
there?
yeah. Northern Ann Arbor is its own district. Southern Ann Arbor with Saline is its own district.
And this will be 69?
Yeah. And keep in mind, we have all these funky precincts in Ann Arbor.
So I'm gonna have to go down to the precinct level,
Yeah,
I believe
to
now,
reassign
and
those,
get in.
yeah.
There's a little piece up here we have to trim out. So yeah, with it's gonna have to be some cleaning up as you see those little pieces. That goes to 69. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Mhm.
And then follow this blue line and make all this 70.
70, yep.
So we'll do it. It definitely, green is the predominant color.
Yeah. I guess we are a relatively forested state. Got lots of green in our.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that in 69 and 70, you have a combined about 28% voting age population Asian. So not sure where 70 is, but it seems like you could create a district that is plurality Asian. It appears that you're splitting the Asian population between two districts, 69 and 70. As I said, I'm not sure where, 70 is the green.
Yeah, 70 is all around U of M, so I suspect we're going to pick up a significant Asian population there as well. We'll see.
Kent, before you continue, would you turn on the theme, please, the Asian bubbles?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You wanted Asian, not Hispanic, right?
I think that was what Mr. Adelson was pointing out, that there was an Asian population that we may be splitting.
So these dots represent anything that's over 9%, 10% or greater.
Right.
and at the voting precinct level,
Mhm.
back out, and he can maybe get a township. I don't know. No single township is that large. That's 8. Hispanic.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Hispanic, not Asian.
It's very good. Makes better sense now, doesn't it?
Okay, yes, it does. Thank you. And yeah, should we look at voting? Would a voting analysis help at this point? Because we do have a significant population.
Yes, Commissioner Arthur, and I think it could help, but I think that, yeah, there we go. That's the Asian population? So it seems that you have larger concentrations of population potentially in 7, but it does appear that between the 2 districts, you have more than 30% non-Hispanic Asian voting age population, that whether you could create one district with a higher population rather than diluting and splitting the Asian population in seemingly almost in half.
So this is, Commissioner Ian, do you have something?
No. I mean, so we could potentially try to draw those 2 districts differently, I think is kind of the takeaway.
Yes, because as I said, when you have such significant populations side by side, that always will raise the question of vote dilution or cracking. So that, yes, that I agree. I think that would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you. And we do, let's also put up the, because I'm thinking about the African-American considerations too. I don't know, I think that we drew this with some understanding of that, and non-Hispanic Black.
Yeah.
68 is higher.
Yeah, because that's Ypsilanti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And still not 34, so not an opportunity to elect. Okay. So, Mr. Adelson, even before looking at the voting records or the election results, to do our due diligence, we should try to experiment with 69 and 70 and see if we can draw a population or a district that allows us to have a significant minority, Asian minority.
Yeah, to Commissioner Arthur, and I think that's a great point about experimenting, because if you just look at the map, it's not an even split, but there is a split between the 2 large Asian populations in these 2 districts. As you know, we don't have data on cohesion among minority groups, so we can't really speak to that. But
Right.
just looking at the graphic and looking at the numbers of almost 13% and over 18%, those are significant. That if they can be combined in one district, would take away the issue of cracking and dilution.
Excellent. And this gets to Commissioner Orton's point that we do recognize that we want to have some kind of alternatives. So at this, and because we're into, what I'm hearing is that we have a task, commissioners, ahead of us to try to experiment with this district and see if we can get to something that feels like an alternative representation of 69 and 70 that allows the Asian population to be represented or have an opportunity to elect, a potential opportunity to elect.
Commissioner Eid, did you have a comment?
Just that I think if we're going to be reconfiguring this, we probably have to reconfigure all 3 of 68, 69, and 70.
Sure.
And that might make it easier to do as well, because we can probably put in a 70 that has all of Ann Arbor. But I think the reason we drew it this way was also to not pack Democratic votes in one district. So, but if we look at all 3, we might be able to achieve both goals.
All right. Commissioner Rothorn.
I'm just recognizing that Commissioner Lett allowed me to take his turn and sort of figure out how to move the population. I feel like we've moved it.
Well,
I
you're
don't
still
think-
not done with
I don't think
67.
67 is done, but I just want to acknowledge, like, that's, my point is, I think if you understand it too, like, that was my hope, was to try to move it. I think it's been moved. If you want to finish off six, I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you want to take it up from here, please do. I think we've got a reasonable shift, right? Not totally done there. Looks like some cleaning up needs to happen.
I need to move some blocks to follow this blue line perfectly.
Okay.
If we
Yeah,
want
go
to
ahead and do that.
go ahead and do that. Okay.
Yep, go ahead and do it. Yeah. Hmm.
Those were fragments of the previous district. Just looking for a little, trying to make it at least close to what had previously been drawn. That's pretty close.
Zoom back up.
Okay.
So as it sets, we've got 67, which is a little light. And we've got 66, 68, 69, and 70. Let me see scroll up and let me see 16 on the. 16 is okay. 61 is okay.
Apologies for the
So other
interruption.
than
It appears that the,
67, we've moved. a bunch-
Commissioner Lett, hold on for 1 second. Department of State's trying to talk.
What?
it appears that the screen share stopped.
What'd you say?
The screen share has stopped. Yeah. It's weird, but it's on the, missing on the Zoom. No sooner did you say that, boom.
Oh, that's good.
We lost the Wi-Fi connection, I believe. No internet connection. Okay, we're getting it back, it appears. Okay, where were we?
There, we were there. So, I'm satisfied with the moves we've made. I'll leave it to someone else to deal with 67 and forward. As General Clark says, I yield back.
Department of State staff, any questions for you? Sarah, any questions for him? You're good? Okay, I didn't see that, sorry. All right, at this point, we will move on to Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so did we solve the problems there except for District 67? Okay, so I guess we'll just add to that. Can't just kind of zoom into the 60 to the west side of 67. Okay, we'll just take that first row of townships and add it in. Can I see the
highlighted ones?
Yes, please. And can I see the active matrix for 67?
Maybe I should have put that in 67. Just a moment. Okay, now you're right around 12,500 light.
I think Columbia and Napoleon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We're kind of messing things up as we go, but I think Napoleon and Columbia add in.
Yes, ma'am.
Zoom out just a little bit so I can see it, the whole thing.
Zoom in more.
Zoom out just a little bit.
67 is right at 1.8 high percent.
Okay, I think that's good. Secretary of State, are there any questions?
Fantastic. Thanks, Commissioner Orton.
Actually, I do. I'm sorry. Commissioner Orton, could you describe what communities of interest were considered in making changes or crafting this district?
So we have had, Kent, could you put the county labels on? We have had quite a bit of public comment that the eastern side of Jackson County and the western side of Washtenaw County are a community of interest. We can put up the community of interest overlays. I think I was just adding to what we had already done, but should we put the communities of interest up? Anyone? No? Okay.
All right. So I believe we're on to Commissioner Rothhorn. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Take it away. So I'm going to continue sort of filling in as best we can, and recognize that we've got a couple that, yeah. So the red.
I've got a question on 67.
Oh, Commissioner Clark, please.
Don't mind going back, yeah. Can we take a look at the population of the precincts in 67?
And
what I'm looking at is $66, $228. My concern was that the 2149 or 2288 is really close to Jackson. And I was thinking maybe it'd be beneficial to get one more southern, to the east of Brooklyn. But, you see what I'm saying?
I mean, what I heard you say was instead of the one that's sort of closer to Jackson, you
Yeah.
wanted to go further south. Do you see a district that is, do you see a district that's unassigned?
Yeah, it'd have to go east of the Brooklyn district.
So are you thinking,
That's just my thoughts, because that one is right next to Jackson. It's almost like it's part of the city of Jackson.
it's like that, but it doesn't, so when I'm looking at the voter precinct, the orange lines, the number of orange lines is fewer. So it doesn't look like a suburban Jackson area, right? Leone, which is just north of that, and I see your hand, Commissioner Orton. Did you want to address this too? So the reason, Commissioner Clark, that I think it's okay is because of that, right? That the fewer voter precincts in each township, the more likely that there's less population, that it's less suburban, if you will. Right? The urban areas have a lot of precinct lines, like you see in the city of Jackson, and then the more precinct lines you get into the township, then I just sort of assume those are suburban. And so what I mean to say is because there's the same number of precincts in the southern and in the lower and the northern ones that we added there, just above 63, that's why I think it's okay.
Right, that's fine. I just wanted to bring that up. I thought it was too close to Jackson. It was like a suburb of Jackson type of thing. And that's why I thought it'd be best associated with that. But that's fine. If that's what you want.
I know we have a lot of lines up here, but how about if we put the communities of interest overlay for that area?
We can see what we have.
So it's going from this, right? Suburban, right? These are not suburban. Yeah. I don't know if that's helpful.
Oh, it doesn't have a number. Just.
It's from the 11th.
Okay, I can zoom in and we can read a number unless you have an ID in your, ID listing.
The P3087 that's a map. The P means a map, is that correct?
I think that's district, isn't it?
A plan. Oh. Okay, let's try the really hard to read. C3142-1.
Okay, it's C3142. Is that correct?
Yes. And there is a -1, yeah.
It looks like it's very big. We'll see it here in a minute.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's hard to see up here, but I'll try to get it to blank. Yeah.
I see it. It's very large. Okay. Well, Commissioner Clark, I'm looking at a piece of paper that was submitted at the public hearing and where they colored in a map, and Napoleon Township, I guess it is, that we took out. They do not include that with the greater Jackson area. They include the other townships around Jackson. So according to this community of interest, it matches.
Okay, I accept that. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So you're good?
Yeah, I am good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Department of State, are you good? Okay. Do you want to draw another district? Are you good?
Just a moment. Well, my laptop is kind of froze up right now.
Okay.
Another
Not too bad. Yeah. Great, so we will move on to Commissioner Rothorn once the computer decides to
Okay,
cooperate.
we're back.
We're back, okay,
We're
make
back.
sure you're saving.
Great.
Save.
Well, yeah. Well, the one thing this application has been very good in is that history file. Being able to go back in history, you only lose like the very last click. So
Yeah.
it's worked out well in that sense.
All right, MC, take it away.
So I think I'm looking at, with the overlays that we have, there's red lines, the districts that we've drawn, there's blue and red. Is there a third one too? And there's sort of aqua blue, right? There's three. Yeah. Okay. Right. My goal on my turn here is to try to, I guess, reconcile at the Jackson, so I'll say the Jackson area, right? And try to get back onto right, that's my goal. So I'm gonna, I guess, because there's three different, looks like there's red, aqua blue, and blue, I'm just gonna, I suppose, fill in the unassigned space around the city of Jackson, please. Yes, the city
Go into
itself.
Jackson.
Yes. The
So
city.
just
Mhm.
let me cut those COIs off because that's also another
Oh, thank you. Yes.
layer of confusion. Okay, so am I hearing you say take Jackson and all this area around it?
Yes, and specifically the Leone Township, which is to the east, Blackman and Summit. So it should be a tri-county area, but we may need,
That area?
correct.
I'm gonna just select them. You tell me when it's a good starting point.
That's it. So we're at 90, almost
Oh,
94,000.
yeah, you're at 93. That's
so we-
98.
Yep, so let's remove the northernmost township.
Okay.
And this tri-county area is a COI that was submitted, back at our first public hearing when we kicked it off. And the goal here too, I think, is to represent. Yeah, there is she offers a lot of reasoning here, but she's one of, I think she had this is Nancy A. Smith, who had also lots of commenters on her COI. So at this point, I'm just going to offer, it's a tri-county area that she wanted held together with, a small group of individuals that she was working with. That's it. All right.
All right, so I guess at this point, it's my turn.
Just
Go
one
ahead.
question really
Okay.
quick, I'm sorry. Was there a number for that COI? I'm sorry if I missed it.
I think it's submitted May 11th, 21, W155.
Perfect, thank you.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a question or comment?
I had a comment. One of the things we heard at the Jackson hearing was how they're associated with the western part of Washtenaw County. But I think what MC has done here really works without that, because I think if we moved east back into Washtenaw County and associated those two, the population would be accessible. So I think what we've got here is perfect for a house district. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. So Kent, we have blue and we have kind of teal and we have red here. Is that right? I'm trying to understand what I'm seeing.
That is green and blue together.
Okay.
So that was part of the southeast and the south central colliding. Let me click them on and off again so we have
Yeah,
a
that would be
good
helpful.
feel for what's we're looking at. Okay. I'm going to turn off the south, what is referred to as the south central. And that's the blue that ran from up in here, but I think it was combined with the southeast at some point. So that's south central. The red was one of the western okay, that was a very small plan if I remember right. This is the one. Maybe not. I don't see why it's on. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Okay. So there's quite a, this is one plan in and of itself. And then I'm just going to click through them again so I can find my way around. That's, they're relatively this similar area, but not exactly the same. This is a lot more. I'm just going to step down through them briefly. So that's the west is staying up in that area.
Okay. Which was the blue one that was in this?
I'm going to, yes,
yeah.
I'm going to go back to that. That
Jackson
was the
area.
one that seemed to be. It was. No, that's the green one. You see the green lines coming in. Cut that off. It was a south central. That's what it was. So there you have just two.
Okay.
There's a green one that was partial, kind of.
Yeah, the green one was what was confusing me. So can we zoom in a little bit to Jackson area? Okay. All right, so back out just a touch. All right, so we're gonna start a new district. And we're gonna start below Jackson, those three counties on the bottom, or three townships on the bottom. Liberty, Hanover, Pulaski. Let's start there and come up above that. So Spring Arbor, Sandstone, Parma, Springport, Tompkins. Can you grab all those?
Okay, it's processing.
Yep.
It's green.
And it's green. Hey, what a shocker.
Amazing, huh? So these six.
Yep. Okay, so we got a long way to go. All right. So let's grab Henrietta and I'm not sure. It's to the, Henrietta and Reeves. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And then from there, we're just going to follow that red line around Homer, Eckford, Marshall, Convis, Lee, Clarence, and select all of those and see where we're at.
Oh, this area.
Yep.
This area.
So just follow that red line.
I'm gonna select the area and.
Yep.
Before I sign it. That's gonna be 26,000.
Yep.
Keep
So-
adding these.
Yep, add those, add Homer. All right, so go ahead and add those in. And then I want you to zoom out a little bit so I can see what's around it.
Okay.
Wow, that's a big delay.
Getting pretty close to lining up with your lines.
Yeah. So let's grab that upper 5 across of townships right there. Yep.
Bellevue, Walton.
Yep. So not, yeah, not so far over, but yeah, Belleville, Walton, Brookfield, Hamlin. Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to need 5,000 more.
Okay, so add those in. And would you want to split Eaton Rapids from the rest of the township though? No. Okay, so I would go over and Commissioner Orton.
Maybe you just were saying this, I couldn't hear you, but I remember that Aaron said that Eaton Rapids and Charlotte and all of those little towns around there really associate with each other.
Yeah. So let's grab Leslie, the town and the township to the right, and I think that should be pretty close. Commissioner Witches?
I was gonna say, what about grabbing Bunker Hill and Stockbridge and removing some of the townships that are further to the west?
Yeah, I think I am going to do that. So add in Bunker Hill and Stockbridge. That way we're not sort of isolating those out. And then we're going to take off probably Belleville. We'll see what the population is. So we're 5,000 over. So let's take off Belleville and Convis on the west side. Yep. All right. I think that's pretty good. All right. That's my district, so I'm happy with that. Department of State, did you have questions?
I do. Could you describe what communities of interest were considered here?
Yeah, it wasn't so much putting communities' interest into this as, I mean, there were some communities of interest, these smaller little townships and cities that are there had expressed an interest in wanting to be together, Olivet and so on. And then also I was trying not to go up into the Charlotte area with the neighboring communities there because they want to be in the same district. So I was trying to keep them together while preserving sort of a western edge of Jackson community. Charlotte, yeah. All right, next we move on to Janice Villette.
So can you move out a little? So can I see the townships? Yeah. So, okay, the area around Kalamazoo, the red area that's taken, but not Kalamazoo. Start with Clarendon. Yeah, start with over
All the way to the east, yep.
to Clarendon. And do that whole bottom. And well, let's see, we'll take the next row up.
Next row up.
Yes, sir.
This area. I haven't assigned it, so you can always, that area is a
Do
starting
you think I
point.
should, like here?
Yes.
Not this? Okay.
Go ahead and assign this.
Yes, please.
Okay, it put a little piece in Marshall. You know how these townships are broke up. So at some point, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of these. Shouldn't be enough
No,
population.
no, leave it for now.
Okay,
And then I'll take Brady Pavilion, Schoolcraft, Prairie Road.
Pavilion, did I hear Pavilion?
Yes,
Okay. And then these three?
yes. And then Comstock, Charleston, Galesburg.
Continue north.
Yes. Cooper, Alamo. I still need 55. Portage.
Commissioner Orton.
I think you said Cooper and Alamo, but
Yeah.
those aren't selected yet.
Yeah.
I think that might fill it out.
Oh,
Yep, that's what I was just
I'm
saying.
sorry.
Yeah, it's still working.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I believe the last place we were attempting to assign these 3 townships here. Is that not correct?
Can you use your microphone, Janice?
Yes, Charleston, Comstock, Galesburg, Ross,
73.
Richland.
Okay, now you're 17,000 under.
The next two west on the north, Cooper and Alamo. Mhm. And then Parchment. And then that section that kind of jags down.
Follow this red line here?
Yes.
Okay. That's a single voting precinct. So that,
Yep, and I'm good. That's it.
that district is now just 159 people high.
Yep, I think we're good. Moving on to who's next? Richard.
Afternoon. Looks like Kent, I will take the Kalamazoo area there, please.
Richard, for what it's worth, we were not able to draw that Saginaw area. And we do have Bruce Adelson here if you wanted to help us do that.
Well, we did fill it in.
Yeah, we did fill it in. Yeah.
I did send a file. I don't know if you guys used that or what you did. I'm assuming you filled it in, if you're happy with it, I guess I'm happy with it too.
Richard, I apologize. I think my memory is faulty. And so I got corrections from other commissioners here. So I think,
Yeah,
go where you will.
All right, well, let's just do the Kalamazoo quick, see.
Okay, I'll start. This will be District 74, and I'm just going to select a couple of precincts to get it
Yes.
started. Okay. Starting with that?
Yeah, fill in the rest if you would, please.
Yes, sir. Must get that assigned. Okay. Sign that, but I see that. This is 2 comments drawn.
What is that? Should we unassign that little one there? I'm not sure. I'm looking at here on the computer. Looks like it's in the district, but maybe we should unassign it.
This is actually a piece of Kalamazoo. It comes down out of this precinct.
Oh, okay.
Any thoughts?
Commissioner Orton, did you have a thought?
I think we should assign that whole precinct to Kalamazoo. Yeah, that precinct. That's my opinion.
Whose direction am I following at this moment?
Well, go ahead and follow Cynthia's. I'm listening to what her suggestion is. I know that should put us over by an acceptable range. I think we fall within our percentages.
Commissioner Orton, did you say 74 or 73?
74.
Okay.
Okay, that puts us a little high, but within our area. Obviously, I think it looks pretty good. I guess I could live with that. Obviously, I chose the district because we had done it before, must have been acceptable. I did go in and look at the heat maps and many comments that Kalamazoo area, and that was a community of interest by itself. So that's why I chose that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you.
Michigan Department of State.
One additional question for you, Commissioner Weiss.
Sure.
I know, acknowledging that this was a district that was previously drawn, other commissioners who assisted in the creation of this district, feel free to contribute. But how were minority populations considered when drawing this district?
As I said, I went in and read through the heat map comments. And of course, they didn't get into, at least I didn't see too much specifics, but that it was a pretty rounded area. And that, like I said, the majority of the individuals had commented that they believed it was their community of interest. So that's kind of what I went with.
And could you pull up the active matrix, please?
The active matrix for that district, 74.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, we will now move on to Commissioner Witches.
Let's do the Battle Creek area. Just those, that square of precincts, and let's see where we get. Looks like this one was already drawn before. And we're over on 74. This will put us under. We can go ahead and assign that to 75. Let's see what the active matrix shows.
4.25% under.
All right, but then it goes with 74. So I'll call it good there at this particular point, as this district was already drawn and we're just reconciling. So I'll be good.
That was super fast and easy. Department of State staff, do you have any questions for Commissioner Witches?
Just the same question that I asked Commissioner Weiss, which is how were minority populations considered when drawing this district?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear a word that you said. Was it the
How are minority populations considered in this district?
I assume that we already took that into account when we drew this in the first place. And I'm just looking at the active matrix in regards to the total percentages now.
Commissioner Orton, did you want to help Commissioner Witches out?
Yeah, not necessarily with the minority population. I think he already said there isn't a significant amount, but that would need further evaluation anyway. But this definitely is a community of interest, and it keeps the military things, the installments, I can't think of the word. Bases together, which we heard a lot about in public comment.
All right. All right, so at this point, we will move on to Commissioner Clark.
Can we go up to the Grand Rapids area?
These are the previously done plans. One is in green and one is in red. They have a lot in common,
Yep.
quite a bit of
So,
difference.
so let's take the one that's in green. You know, the city of Grand Rapids. Yep, yeah, that whole block right there. Yep. Ada and Grand Rapids, Cascade, Walker, Granville. Yeah, just select all those and we'll whittle it down if we have to.
Commissioner Clark, is that the area you wanted to start on 76?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, let's assign that.
That district is 602 short of the target number.
Okay.
Or ideal.
Yeah, let's just keep it there. And I'm good with that. I think we've already discussed it before.
Commissioner Eid, it's now going to be your turn.
Okay, well, I think let's continue with this Grand Rapids area and let's fill in that, the one directly to the left that Commissioner Clark did. Yep,
This area in here,
exactly.
okay? As drawn, that district is 3.69% low or 3,377.
Okay, well, that's all right for now.
Hey, can I, this is Kim Brace, sorry to interrupt. When I'm looking at the screen just above your 77, you see that one, yep, that one line. That looks like it's probably median strips or something like that will need to get cleaned up at some point in time. Just pointing it out.
Yes, sir. That's, we've got a few of those. When we do this district, we'll probably
Clean it up.
pick those up.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. All right, Department of State staff, do you have any questions for Mr. Eid or Commissioner Eid? Sorry. You good? Okay, we're going to move on to Rhonda Lang. Yep, she's on. There she is.
Okay. Kent, can you zoom in to Jennison, please?
Where,
It's right by Granville on the
Western
left.
edge. Yep. Western edge of what you're looking at. You see Granville and then Jennison's just right on the line. West, go west. Go west, young man.
I'm going west. I'm going west, young lady. Okay, where are we going?
You went a little, yep. Yep, your cursor was right on it, that line right there, right in the center. Yep, right there. That's it.
I want you to zoom in to Jennison if you could more.
Okay.
I'm trying to determine, is all of Jennison to the west of the line? Can anybody tell by looking at this?
I can bring in a other thematic layers to look at, maybe it'll be help. No?
If you,
Aerial photography, for example.
and would it help if you just sort of selected the township of Jenison, then we would see?
Yes, but it looks like that's a boundary. Okay, let me change to reconfigure the view. And we go to townships, and I'll just select it. So that's a single township, Georgetown.
Okay, could you select that township, please?
Select what? Excuse me.
Select all of Georgetown Township.
Okay, assign that.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Okay, and then if you would add in Hudsonville.
Hudsonville. Okay, you still need approximately 30,000 people. The green and red lines are boundaries that commissioners drew in previous sessions early in the month.
Okay. Take in Jamestown.
Okay, that puts you at 20,000 down from the ideal district.
Okay. Can any of the commissioners tell me, in my mind, I keep thinking that I heard public comment about Granville, Jenison, and Hudsonville being kind of the same. Does anybody else recall hearing that?
My recollection was that Granville, Wyoming were part of the Metro Six that wanted to be affiliated with Grand Rapids, but we did hear a lot of comment as well about Jenison, but I thought it was that it didn't want to be with Grand Rapids, that it was more affiliated with Hudsonville and the more rural areas.
Okay. So can't go ahead and take in Zealand then, both parts of the Zealand?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, District 78 now is 2,535 under the ideal population.
Okay, let's keep it there for now.
Are you good, Rhonda?
I am, yes.
Okay, Department of State. All right, I'm getting thumbs up from the Department of State. All right, we'll move on to Commissioner Wett.
You can't, directly south of 76, let's number that area that's highlighted in green.
This area where my cursor is?
Yes. They didn't sign all that. And let's do 80 and the southwest of that whole area that we've already done.
Oops.
It'll pick up the north. Assign those.
That's pretty representative of that area. There's one difference right here.
Put that in, and we'll. All right, I'm satisfied with those two, and based on the comments we had at public hearings, as well as MG cubed and public, or and what we've done before, those appear to be in good shape.
Thank you, Commissioner Lott. Moving on to Commissioner Orton.
Zoom out just a little bit more, Kent, so I can see everything. Okay, I'm gonna go down to the area just around 74.
Here,
No, zoom into 74.
74.
Yeah,
Okay.
right there.
This,
Yeah. Okay, so all that area around there, Oshtemo, Texas, and Portage. Please
the
fill
area
that
that
in.
was previously drawn?
Yes.
Okay. That district is 1,401 people short, 1.53%.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Should I fill in another one since it was?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's do the bottom border there. Yeah, since those lines are conflicting, I'm not sure what goes with what.
You want me to put them in two different colors so you can better identify what we're
That'd be
looking at?
helpful.
I may have cut off another one that was in here. Let me go find that. I don't want to miss out on. That was north. This is another, the green is from above. Okay,
Okay, so it looks like we have thick red, thick blue, or maybe not. Maybe the blue is just the thin blue, but it's over the red, maybe. Well, okay, choose, how do I say? So choose those first. Yeah, you can choose the three bottom up to where the blue and the red line are both together. Choose everything below
I'll
that.
highlight it and then
Okay.
you get the okay on it.
And clear over to 65.
Including this area in here?
Yes, please. Both of them, yeah.
Start with that, 82.
Yes.
That district is 0.31% high.
I'm good with that, but I see Commissioner Eid has a comment.
Yeah, so I like it too, but that area, and I think that's what's in blue, is the area where we did tentatively have that lakeshore district, mapped. I think we kind of played with having it or not having it. It is something that I think, does fit in there and we could put there. But would this be a good time to discuss if we do in fact want to make that district?
Commissioner Rothorn?
Oh, I'm just going to say that I think that we're going to have to have alternatives, right? I know I want to draw an alternative map in the Ann Arbor area. It feels like we need alternatives in this. Yeah, that's how I would approach it. Is we'll have an alternative map, not necessarily a discussion.
Yeah, I think the easiest thing to do is get the map done. And then, like MC said, we can have alternatives that we can propose. I think that's probably easier, more efficient. Any thoughts? Commissioner Orton?
I agree. I think the lakeshore area is one of those areas where we definitely know there's a conflict in comments. So I do think we should propose more than one option.
Commissioner Lott?
Can we take a recess, please?
Absolutely. Unless there are any objections, we will take a recess for 10 minutes. Hearing no objections, it is currently 3:07 PM. We will take a recess until 3:20 PM. Thank you very much. All right. As chair of the commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 3:20 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and also disclose where you are attending the meeting from. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present, I am attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton. Present. MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Millette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, we will continue with our unfinished business, which is mapping and reconciling the state house districts. I believe we have left off with Commissioner Rothorn.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Kent, we're going to stay on the west side of the state, 78. What I'm looking at is the Holland area, and in particular, what I'm going to do, Commissioners, it was from her last name is Jevons, and it's from June 23rd. C973 is the COI. She was talking about how the south of the Holland Channel, there's just this little area that's Lake Macatawa, and the county line actually splits them. So all I'm going to do is we're going to fill it in, Kent, the same way. And then I'm just going to adjust along the Lake Michigan Lakeshore a smidge so that we can see if that, if we can accommodate their community of interest. And just not.
Assign this highlighted area?
Yes, please, to whichever is the next district that we're working, 83, it looks like. Commissioner Orton?
It's not showing up.
Oh,
Yeah, the screen share isn't showing on the Zoom. There we go.
Okay, District 83 is the same area or a similar area that was drawn previously.
yes, exactly. And if you would zoom in to that western edge there, what I'm hoping to do along the lakeshore, the Lake Michigan Lakeshore, please so that's Lake Macatawa. And I guess so it's hard to see, but maybe it's that, yeah. So so it looks like what we can do is, gosh, I mean, it might be at the block level.
Yes, sir.
Such a
These
small
green lines are the blocks.
Yeah.
So this is one census block that runs a significant distance down this is all one census block.
That's one census block. So let's try to add just that one census block and see that may be all we need to do.
That one and these little ones, so they're not isolated?
Correct. Oh, I see. But so there's two census blocks potentially. Oh, no.
See, there's these little ones that if you take this one, you got to get those.
Right. So I think
that's 11 people.
And that may be the community of Lake Macatawa that she's talking about. And no, just to be safe, we should add block 3002.
Okay.
And this is for 83.
83. Assign it?
Yes, please. And I don't think we've interrupted or, yeah, so it's about 200 people total, but that's the, gosh, it goes all the way down to Castle Park. Is that what it says? Gosh, I don't like that. So what I'd like you to do, and I guess we'd be dividing, we can't even divide blocks, can we?
No, sir, not that.
Right.
I don't believe that's doable in this application. May not be constitutionally, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah. So let's just remove that last large one And we'll just leave the smaller ones. All right.
Okay.
Commissioner.
I see that there's a fairly large percentage of Hispanic voters. So I wonder if we could see the dots for Hispanic in that area. I don't know if we
That's a
already
great
took that
idea.
into consideration when we split.
I like
this
that
area.
idea.
This will be over 9%, which is 10% and up.
Thank you.
And I need to get it at a higher level. So this is the precincts. Let me turn off the precinct numbers and it's easier to see, I think. Something like that.
Yeah. It looks like we did take it into consideration.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I really don't want to alter it more than just adding that COI for the Lake Macatawa. And I think that I'm just going to assume that those neighborhoods are what it is. Oh, but I see a voting precinct there. Maybe we can assign that voting precinct. That looks smaller than the other one.
This is the block that ran so long. We were zoomed out so far.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, we can
Okay.
do it.
Well, then it just goes down to Castle Rock.
You
I
can
just
just
don't,
do it. And then
you wouldn't? Okay, let's leave it the same. Let's leave it this way then. Thank you. And Secretary of State, do you have enough information? Thank you. So that's 83 and 84. If we just go north of that, we're just going to do one more. Yeah, so this is so this is Muskegon. So I also have this Muskegon area. And we've got Norton Shores. So I think what we were looking at, commissioners, was the best attempt at a lakeshore district, right, with Grand Haven and northern or southern Muskegon, which is mostly the suburban area of southern Muskegon, but not all of the suburban area of southern Muskegon, or of Muskegon, I should say. Yeah, let's call that 84. Yep, we're just going to put it in 84, please.
so draw 84 within
the green.
The same as this district?
Yes, yes. But this is also where we were dividing up Ottawa County, right? This is where we've gotten a lot of public comment. Is that right, folks? Kent, I'm hesitant now. Hold on a minute.
I'll just highlight on
Okay.
it and then, just stop whenever. That's the highlighted is the remainder of that
Right.
previously drawn district.
Okay. And this is Ottawa County. Yeah, and we've got, can we look, thank you, Kent, if you could.
That's the county number. Let me get the name up there so there's no confusion.
Thank you.
So it's Muskegon, Ottawa, 296,200.
And the outline of Ottawa, Commissioner Riches, can you help me out?
This is the north, isn't this here's the line right here and right there.
Thank you, Kent. Commissioner Riches, then Commissioner Orton.
So I believe that Norton Shores is considered part of Muskegon.
Definitely.
And it should be, in my opinion, part of a Muskegon district, if it can be done, along with all the other areas of Muskegon. So Muskegon Heights, Muskegon Township, all of that. But I don't know if it's going to be possible to do that exactly. However, I think your District 84 as is could potentially go up slightly into that little slivered area. And then see if we can adjust the district that we have currently drawn around Muskegon to include the shores, northern shores.
Okay. Commissioner Orton, did you have a thought?
I do think that when we drew the Muskegon district right now, that we have right now, I do believe that we took the Hispanic or was it Hispanic population? into
Hispanic and
consideration.
African American.
And then I just also wanted to say, we've heard a lot about keeping this county whole, but we obviously can't with house districts. So just wanted to point that out.
These dots are the Hispanic area precincts that were previously requested.
Can I ask, to make it easier to compare, can you fill in the Muskegon area as it's drawn as 85 so that we can see what the percentages there are for both African American and Hispanic? Because I thought we did draw this district with that in mind, and it might be helpful to see.
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Rebecca, you want to call him?
Just flagging that
Department of
Commissioner
State
Lang
staff.
had her hand raised.
I'm sorry, what?
Flagging that Commissioner Lang had her hand raised.
Oh, Commissioner Lang? Can't even see her. Oh, no, she's saying no.
That appears to be the district as previously drawn.
Yep, can you assign it, yeah, to 85, I think it would be.
And I can bring up the thematic map showing the Black
Yes, please.
population. This is greater, well, let me change it. It said 12%. I want to make it the same as the other. So that's in the relatively southern part of Muskegon, I guess.
So
That's
definitely,
voting precincts.
right. And so 85 goes further north rather than south. There's one district that, may have Hispanic population that we could have included. When I said district, but what I meant was on one voting precinct, yeah. So, yeah, would you add in 85, that 12560, add that population there, please? And I want to see what the difference is.
This precinct right
Yeah,
here.
yes, please, that voting precinct, yeah.
Excuse me, may I make a comment?
Please.
Could you zoom out, Ken, please? I just wanted to comment that this is an example of a district, and I think there are some others that are like this, where you have a minority population that's relatively concentrated here in the south central part of the district. Part of the reason that the minority population may be the way it is you have substantial parts of this district that have seemingly virtually no minority population. So that may have a dilutive effect on the minority population. So I think that in going forward and in looking at these districts, that's something to keep into account. I mean, I really recognize the intent to keep the minority population in south central part of 85 together, but by including other parts of the district, you could dilute the voting power of minority voters.
Right. So let's just experiment with that. What Mr. Adelson was just saying. So the northern part of 85, if we could take off the top 3 voting precincts and just see what that does for us. Yes, please.
This area right here.
Yep. Oh, the Hispanic population, the percentage went up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we're at 8% under, less than 10% under. And at this point, I'm gonna call it an experiment and say, let's leave 85 the way it is. Cynthia, do you have something?
So, Mr. Adelson, so are you saying that in order to preserve a minority population like this, give them more of an opportunity to elect, we can go this low or lower?
This as far as the deviation?
Yeah, population deviation.
I think that that's, excuse me, that really ties into what we were talking about before. I think that an 8% deviation in one district and underpopulation, it's hard to tell just based on just this, whether overall across the plan, that would be okay. However, I think we've talked about previously, underpopulating a district in part to comply with the Voting Rights Act and preserve minority voting strength is a recognizable compliant path. I think that my point here was more to point out that there will be districts where you have a core minority population whose voting strength may be diluted by the inclusion of other precincts that have different demographics. So whether or not this district can add additional population and still maintain an ability to elect is also somewhat contingent on Dr. Handley's voting patterns analysis between here, the non-Hispanic Black population and the Hispanic population. So I'd like to see a little more data and analysis, but if the question is, can you leave it at that underpopulation for the time being? If that's something that is your decision, I don't have a compliance issue with that for the time being. I want to see if that number, as deliberations go forward and as the maps move along, if that can be changed. But for purposes of now, from what I understand, I think that gives a good sense of how the change that Commissioner Rothorn affected changes the numbers and may affect the overall ability to elect.
And I'm going to keep experimenting if you'll let me, because I think 84 is still underpopulated. And I think, right, what I'm wrestling with here, I think we've all heard the public comment about Ottawa County, recognizing that we have potentially an opportunity to elect here in 85. And I'm using, I'm also using a community of interest map that it's essentially a municipality of Muskegon. And so what I'm going to try to do, and this is from, when we were at the Muskegon, it's from number 12. Talia was the first name that I recorded. But the idea is right now to also make sure that 84, and to respect what Commissioner Witches was saying, that Norton Shores belongs more with Muskegon than right where it was with Grand Haven. So what I'd like to do, Kent, is remove that triangle that on the northwestern part of 85. We're going to move that Laketon Township, so north, a little bit further. We're going to take that precinct off, 2918. We're just going to remove that one because that is, according to this map here, this is more tourism, outdoor recreation. This is more of I'm trying to do a commercial, suburban, urban mix here. So we're going to go down into Norton Shores where the suburban area is. And we're going to add it might even be at the township level, excuse me. It might even be at the township level that we could select. I don't know if we have to do precincts, but let's do precincts, yep.
Which ones exactly?
85. So let's do 2901, 2743, 2488, 2361, and 1675. And those are all going to 85, please.
This precinct kind of get that one?
Yes, one, please. Yes, please. And I guess we have to do the airport, of course. Muskegon County Airport, 2475, just below it too, Kent, please. And we'll be overpopulated, but let's watch the minority percentages and see if we've negatively, yes, go ahead. You can assign that, please, Kent. To 85. So reduced, but not significantly.
Your African American went down by 5%.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This Hispanic did not go down that much. Okay. The African American I wasn't watching.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it did go down too much. Gosh. So let's, yeah. And so I'm still diluting even if I take out the ones at the north, I've diluted by adding Norton Shores and the airport. And so now if they don't go with Muskegon, then they have to go with some other district. And that's the part that I'm wrestling with. Commissioner Orton?
So right now you were talking about the African-American population going down. So we know where the Hispanic population is. We can see it's kind of centralized. So maybe we should look at African-American population. Might help.
Those are African-American dots right now.
They are right now. Oh, okay.
But that's just a total pop. It's not the voting age pop. A good idea of what you're looking at.
Yeah. And I think, right, part of the experiment here with this District 85 is to intentionally underpopulate to create a potential opportunity to elect district. And right, if we underpopulate, then we have to decide, where does Norton Shores go? This is a suburban part of Muskegon. It will dilute the African-American voting age population if it's added to District 85. District 84 needs population, which is the purple one further south, but we've gotten, it's Ottawa County also.
Commissioner Clark, did you have any insight?
The comment I was going to make, the triangle you on a sign that was in the northwestern corner. See, to me, what I heard in Muskingum is their pride for the lake shore. And that's the key part of the lake shore that's associated with Muskingum. So I think that should remain, because that's what they focus on.
I wish I could show you the map, Commissioner Clark, but there's what they've got is they've got sort of blue, red, green, and yellow. There's sort of tourism areas in the Muskegon area, tourism, outdoor recreation. Then they've got commercial suburban as distinct from tourism and outdoor. And they've got agricultural as distinct from the first two. And then they've got an urban core, which is distinct. There's 4 distinct areas. And so the only reason I took that out was because it does associate with outdoor and tourism more, according to this map, which is the justification.
I don't agree with the map. I'll be honest with you. So you have the Muskegon State Park there, and then north of there you have like houses and stuff. I mean, so
would you suggest it stays in?
I would keep it in. I think it's part of the Muskegon Lake area, and there are almost 3,000 people that live there. So it's not all businesses. I think that's maybe a mischaracterization to say those are people who own houses. So
okay, so
if I can associate just one community of interest with this community, it's that.
Agreed. So let's add.
Sure, yeah.
So Kent, let's add 2918. And what I don't want to do is debate too much, because I know that we've got to have alternative districts. So because I want to keep what we added in Norton Shores, Kent, please add that to 84 at this point, because I'm going to try to respect what we've drawn and just sort of earlier. And add that to 84. That's that area, and I'm just going to try to do a different map.
All this area, Commissioner Rothorn?
Yes, please.
That's just to
84.
Block.
Yep.
So commissioners joining virtually, I am showing a video. It's MICRC4 of the public comment that MC is referring to, if that's helpful. Trying to zoom in on the map there for you.
And so with District 85 being significantly underpopulated, but in order to preserve a potential opportunity to elect, We'll have to wait for further analysis on that for District 85. And 84 is drawn with population that, I'm not happy with it, but I do think that I want to help us move along. And I think that we're going to need alternative maps and we're going to have to wrestle with these questions. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Commissioner Ede, do you have a question or a thought?
Yeah, I think you're pretty close on 85. Why don't you just take a little bit more of like that shoreline area underneath it? Like just those precincts next to the shoreline. And then I think you'd be okay.
It's more about the demographics in that area. So it's less about as Mr. Adelson was pointing out, right? If we underpopulate for a reason, and the reason for me is to try to see if we can actually create an opportunity to elect district where there wasn't one previously. And so that's why I'm not going to do it until we have further analysis.
I thought there was some African-American population there close on those two precincts that are like the most close to the shoreline. Can we look at it and see if there is? We zoom in a little bit.
We've got the dots up, and that is the African-American.
I'm going to drop the dot level, basically everything over 5% rather than 9%. You may see more.
Great, thank you.
So any precinct that is more than 5% black should have a dot in it.
No.
Okay, so yeah, we don't see that one. So
What about this?
let's try the same threshold, that 5% threshold. Kent, please put the theme for Hispanic at that 5% threshold.
Okay.
So we could go east. 7%.
It's 7.
Let's add that one and see what happens, please. So up marginally, but the African-American population decreased. So let's remove it, Kent, please. Thank you. Yeah, there's too much of a dilution for a small amount of increase. Yeah. So yeah, at this point, I'm gonna say that we need alternatives, but this is what we've got, and yeah, we got to keep moving. We're not done with our house districts yet, so.
All right, at this point, we will move on to me. So I'm just going to fill in two, just to be quick. So Kent, can you move to the east of 85 and 84 and fill in that whole area we had filled out before?
Okay, let me change the color in 86. It's barely legible. Making progress. It takes a minute to scroll down through here. And that should complete the previously drawn district.
Yep. So now we're going to move to the east of Grand Rapids, and we'll fill in that other district over there.
This area here. So this shall be 87.
Yep.
That's 80, District 87 is 3.55% low.
Okay. All right. So can you zoom out a little bit so I can see if we've got anything else that's quick and easy like that? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Villette. All right. Can you scroll down a little bit to down the lakeshore? Yeah. Let's go ahead and fill in that other one by 82. Because I think that's a complete district right there. Yep. Fill that one in too, just so we're
The
moving.
red one?
Yep.
Because the blue one goes all the way down. Okay.
Like out to the purple area. So 88. So yep, so all of St. Joseph, Benton Harbor, and then those three, yep, 3 townships going in, and let's see if that's the right population.
That area is 91,588.
All right, let's assign that, and then I will hand it over to Commissioner Villette.
Okay, can you back out so I can see the map? Okay, so go back over to the western side above 88. And can we fill in within those red lines?
Okay, to be clear, this area within red,
Yes.
okay.
Department. You good? Okay.
Is that the area you want highlighted?
Yes.
89.
Oh, go up a little, go north.
Your district right now is 24,000 light.
Right, go up and fill in the rest of the red.
This area?
Yes, please.
Continue adding.
Yes.
I believe that's that completes the district as it was previously drawn up to here. Assign that.
Yes, please. And then take up north of it, up to the other district. Okay, well, take under Holland.
Is 710 people under.
Oh, okay, well then, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Okay, I'm good with that.
All right, Commissioner Orton.
So I realize this was a district we drew before, but I don't like that one little section of shoreline. So I think we should add it in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could just pop it up to those two and then take off the step. I don't know what the
Yep,
populations are though.
let's do that. Put them in.
So that's like
Did you say put these precincts into here?
Those two, all around the Holland, those two squares.
Okay, let me see if I get this right. That area
Yes,
and this area also?
yeah, yes,
Okay, sorry. Assign that?
yes, please. And then can you go south a little?
So you're about 8,000 high.
Commissioner Orton, what were you thinking we should take off?
Can we see the, yeah.
Population, yeah.
Well, one of those farthest away.
Are you talking 2211 or?
Mhm.
Yeah, start with that one.
2211, I think is perfect.
2211, remove that, unassign it. Two nine three oh and, oh wait, no, we're good? Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I think you're good. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Commissioner Weiss.
All right, Kent, could you back out a little bit, please, so I can see where I can get into trouble?
Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
I was gonna say, in District 89, if you were to zoom in real quick for me, those two townships and the little square that's right in between the two, up at the top of where you're at, right there. Nope. Right there. Those three precincts right there, I mean, townships, might want to think about removing. Just because it's going to give you more to work with in the north here, and we're going to be getting into more Grand Rapids type area. And currently 89 is over by 5,700 individuals.
Later.
2930, 2994, 851.
Let's remove them and see what it looks like.
Okay. It's 990 persons below the target or perfect district number.
And the only reason why I suggest that is because we added the two districts above what we were currently drawing, what was currently there or drawn previously. But we didn't take anything away.
Yep, I'm okay with that. Let's leave it like that.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Weiss.
All right, Kent, I got a quick question. Zoom in on District 75, would you please? And see what the population, because what I'm thinking right there at the top of the district, that little township, or yeah, I guess that's a township, could maybe be added to that.
It could be.
And that would get us a little closer, whether that's good or bad, I'm not sure. It's kind of in a bad spot. So if we add it to 75, then 1508 would bring our total up a little better.
So shall I assign that to 75?
Yes, sir. Okay, I kind of like that a little better. Any comments, anybody?
I think it's good.
Okay, cool.
That's not your district, though.
Am I done now? No. If you would, Ken, could you go up to the Saginaw area? I'd like to see, obviously I wasn't here this morning, just to see what was done quickly. Be Saginaw.
Saginaw Township is underneath 30,
Yeah, now you got to go up a little bit towards the bay, where the bay is. Okay, right in there, yes. Okay, that's kind of what I had in mind, I think, when I sent a shape file. I just was curious to see what you had did. I guess that works. Okay. Zoom out if you would, so I see where I need to go now. All right.
we do have some layers where the
Yes, I
districts were
just-
drawn in Lansing. Should I turn them on for you?
Yes, I was just thinking about maybe we should go there.
So the red and blue lines are, I think they're the same. Because they, but they are district boundaries that were drawn in previous work sessions.
Hmm. All right, if I take the district that's been pre-done to the right of the word Lansing, those, yes, that area right there, would you fill that in?
Yes,
No,
sir.
down, please. Yeah, down. Yeah. Was that Okemos? Oop, where'd you go? Oh, yeah. Meridian, East Lansing, that whole section right there.
Okay, we got to get drilled in on this one.
Sure.
So assign that.
Yes, have you got that assigned to the right district?
88,
88, is that where we're at?
I believe so. We're on 89.
I think we're at 90, aren't we?
Okay.
What was the last one we did out on the West Coast?
That is 88 right there. I'm sorry. See, it's getting late.
Yes.
Trying to fly around. Okay, we'll do this.
Would you? Both stay.
I'm going to go down to the block level to get these pieces.
Sure, go ahead, fix it so we know where we're at.
That's the remainder of the district that was previously drawn. Want me to assign that to 90?
Yes.
That's your District 90 as requested. It's 1,104 people high, which is 1.2% over the ideal deviation.
All right, I think I'm good with that, unless any other comments. Obviously, we had done this before. I assume everything was COIs and all that. That's why we drew this district originally, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. We have a thumbs up from the Secretary of State.
Thank you.
And I believe this is the East Lansing version, right, of this Lansing. We have sort of South Lansing, Northwest, and sort of East. And there was a couple public comments about adding some things on the top. Yeah, so, but that's the only comment that I would have, Richard, was that we've had public comment about Bath, that's a suburban area of the East Lansing area, and it might be important to keep that together. But that's, again, because you asked for comments, I'm just sharing that. I don't think it's important for you to share it right now or to adjust it right now, but that was.
Right. Okay, I guess I'm good then.
Good. On to you, Commissioner Riches.
Thank you.
Might as well finish out Lansing here if no one really has any problems with that. Is do 91 and 92 and fill in the Lansing area.
Draw the new districts the same shape as what's there now.
Correct. And then the one above it as well, if no one has any objection to doing that, killing two birds with one stone in Lansing. And while we were just filling this in, as far as the rationale goes, again, these were drawn in the past. Communities of interest that we took into account were East Lansing, the Lansing and Delta Township communities that we were told about. We'd also do have lots of public comment saying that this could potentially be suggested, as Commissioner Rothorn just stated. But as we're just reconciling what it is that we've done, that is something that we will be able to deliberate on once we have the maps completed.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. As these districts were previously drawn, as you all know, since then I've added a few questions to my arsenal of questions. So just wanted to ask, as we're filling this in, how minority populations were considered. And you don't have to answer until they're all filled in, so you can
I
examine
will be able to answer that question a little bit better once we have the active matrix filled out for the new districts that we're drawing. Yeah, I'll be able to answer that a little bit better once we have the active matrix filled out with what we're filling in.
Are you doing all three there, Dustin? Were you doing all three in the Lansing area?
Yeah, as I said, might as well finish the Lansing.
Yeah, I was gonna say do all three if you're
section,
not,
yeah.
please.
Commissioner Weiss did 90 and I did do 91 and 92 right above it for the Delta Township and Lansing.
Speaker doesn't work. So with District 91, I can help Commissioner Witches here with some rationale as far as community of interest. There is Delta Township, or excuse me, I said Delta, it's Delhi. Delta's on the west. Yeah, so it's actually Delhi Township, the Holt area, and South Lansing is definitely a community of interest. And you know, the demographics on the, there is a significant African-American population in 91 in South Lansing. I think it's distributed through Lansing. And I think if we get the theme up, we can see that. But the east, west, south split is an attempt to help Delhi, in particular with District 90, Delhi Township, associate with that southern portion of just and that suburban urban sort of relationship that they maintain and that they have asked to have preserved. And Mr. Adelson, may I try on some language with you? One of the things I'm recognizing is that as we talk about communities of interest, in particular when there's an African-American voice, if you will, I think the language I'm looking for is it's a voice. I don't think it's an opportunity to elect. I don't think I can, understand how we can create an opportunity to elect district here, but helping, like recognizing that there's a voice in a district with a community is also, it may not be VRA stuff, but that's part of what we're trying to draw here too, correct?
Excuse me. Yes, I agree. I think that certainly goes to the district shall reflect the diverse population of the state. And to your point, let's flip. Let's just talk VRA vernacular if that applied. So I think that what you're thinking about would be called an influence district. Influence district is a district that's not 45% minority, for example, or even 35%. That the population is lower than that, with the thought being that smaller insular minority population may have an opportunity to influence the electoral decisions. The population isn't big enough to be the decider. But the thought being that if it's, to your point, if there's a community of interest, particularly a historical one, that has been in existence for some time, but the population isn't high enough to, I think the term is to control the outcome of the election, but they can influence.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So if I may, is this community in this District 92 configuration?
The 91, I believe, is in particular the what I'm thinking of, and I don't know that that's we've got a significant distribution.
Excuse me, I think to your point, what's interesting about 91 and 92, they're both about 41% overall minority population without looking at the voting age. And this really goes to the point of why it is so critical to have that voting pattern information, Do these groups vote cohesively? Is there coalescence? do they support the same candidates? Because it is interesting just looking at the population distribution. That's the key unanswered question that we don't have right now, an answer to which we don't have right now.
And so it would not, if we look at the full minority or focused minority races, we will not be able to determine that. Is that accurate?
Excuse me, well, oh, excuse me, not necessarily. I think it's always a good idea to look at those results, I think, particularly when you're in the 40s, mid to high 30s of overall and voting age population, because they do show give you a snapshot of how the districts perform electorally.
Okay. I was just going to say, Commissioner Witches, before you finish, 92, because we've been talking about airports, the Capital Region International Airport is just above it. Yeah, and if you added that to 92, yeah.
You go ahead and do that, Ken, add in the airport.
Okay.
Mhm.
There's 4 people in that area, and we need to look at this right here to make sure we're not doing something egregious. Yes, so we've isolated these 2 census blocks, I believe. They have no population. So at some point, these either need, these would have to go in a district, either over this way or that way or whichever way.
Sorry, yes, we can.
But those in 92?
Yes. Perfect. Works for me.
All right, we're good, Commissioner Witches? All right, at this point, we will.
I'm sorry. I remember I wanted to look at the election results just for 92, 90, 91, and 92 to see if we can establish what we can learn. Yeah. Focused, the statewide races.
Statewide races first.
Yes, please.
The highlighted district is 92.
And because we're not looking at an opportunity to elect district, I'm looking at that sort of summary on the left. And I'm noticing a double, right? The difference. And I'm wondering if that's legitimate for me to sort of look at that and summarize it and say, yeah, that might
Absolutely.
be a pattern.
Absolutely. Looking at the election results, Ken, could you move a little to the left, please? That the district in the elections that we're observing, the margins tend to be about 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that also call attention to the 2014 Secretary of State race. I believe that's Dillard versus Johnson, where the candidate of choice won, and he won by about 13%. Could you move one more to the left, please? Just to see the Democratic primary. Okay, so and I think this is just another good example of why the voting pattern information is so interesting, because we really don't have any data that we could extrapolate from this and to learn more about it. I think it does show that there, again, as we saw in the eastern parts of the state, there is racial polarized voting, but as Dr. Hanley concluded, we do see that in the state. But the results show that this district does perform in the sense that minority candidates of choice are elected. With that, the bellwether races all show, I think, uniformly that the candidate of choice is elected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we will move on to Commissioner Clark.
Okay, let's look north of Lansing. There was, so Grand Ledge And then let's move up into that 4x4 block of townships.
This area, that Grand Ledge and North,
Correct.
this is 93.
Right, I believe so.
You know,
Start with that.
Yes. Go up one more, at least one more. I can't see the top.
I'm gonna zoom out a bit. Okay,
Yeah, go up. Yeah, go up two more townships from where you were.
okay.
And then over three rows and then down back to Lansing. Mhm,
This area,
correct.
okay, all of that, and then we have to come down in here and do something. Assign that.
Right, yeah, so I sign that, please. But not the airport.
Not real sure, but this is unassigned area and that is in light colored.
Yeah, assign that, please. Yeah, get that. Okay, could you make that a little, the whole thing a little smaller, zoom in on it? Want to check the borders, make sure there's no towns next to it. And
It looks like that's as it had previously been drawn, other than the Capital Region Airport was moved.
yeah, well, that had 4 people. That's no,
Commissioner Orton?
so I think there's one little piece that you had fixed before, but it got unfixed. Where is that? Right, yes, right near where you're.
yeah. Yeah, I saw a white
Oh,
block.
that's right. That's right. We moved that.
Yep, and there's one more farther to the
So
east too.
Put this,
Yeah.
either put this back in the 92 or these guys in the 93, however y'all want to do it.
Put it back in 92.
Okay.
But I think there was one more unassigned space about in the middle of this district.
Yeah, pull to the left a little bit.
Yeah,
And can we do a save just to be sure, the other way?
The-
So, yep, you see it right there?
Right there,
Yeah,
yeah.
right there.
yeah.
And can we just do a save too?
Oh, yeah, we need to do that. 17 people.
Aye, Orton.
Okay, okay, zoom out again. I want to take another look because we're 3,800 below.
In 93 is this red line here.
Yeah, zoom out a little. Okay. Where Grand Ledge is, can you go over one township and see what the population is there? Yeah, right there, down. Right next to Grand Ledge. It's Mulligan. 1748. Yeah, let's put that in. Let's get that one as well. And if it causes a problem with another district, we can always eliminate it. Okay, good. Let's see what the population is. Yeah, I'm more happy with, well, it's still short, isn't it? Show me the population going down the township from Grand Ledge. Where they're, yeah, what's that? Yeah, gonna be too much, I think. Okay.
Commissioner Orton?
Any comments? Yeah.
Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment? Okay. All right. Department of State's giving us a thumbs up. So if you are satisfied, Commissioner Clark, we're going to move on to Commissioner Ede.
I am. Okay, thank you so much.
You know what? I'm sorry. It's 4:30 and I'm supposed to be stopping, as Commissioner Lawthorn rightly reminded me before I blast into another district. Okay, so at this point, we're going to stop our mapping and move on to our new business agenda item 6A, consideration of schedule adjustments. So we're meeting tomorrow and Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Thursday from 10 to 12, 1 to 4, and 5 to 8, and Friday at a time to be determined by the commission. I see Edward over there. Without objection, I'd like to ask our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods the third, to share the available facility and AV on Friday. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Wonderful. On Friday, we're looking at, and we're just trying to finalize that, of being at the Detroit Marriott Troy with regards to that on Friday at 9:00 a.m. That's off of Big Beaver Road. So we would stay there Wednesday night and Thursday night. Wednesday night and Thursday night. And we should have confirmation later today or first thing tomorrow morning. But the goal is to stay there Wednesday night. We're at Oakland University, which is not too far from there. And then we would have our meeting there on Friday. So that way we would stay in Detroit, Metro Detroit, for the entire week.
Any questions or comments? All right. Okay, so seeing none, I think tomorrow we can probably make a determination on that meeting time once we have confirmation of availability from Mr. Woods. So let's move forward with agenda item 6B, proposed amendments to the rules of procedure. Without objection, I would like General Counsel Julianne Pestula to present this agenda item. Is she here? Oh, there she is. Once you have a chance to return to your seat, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Before the commission are proposed amendments to the rules of procedure. Under the current rules of procedure, they need to be presented and cannot be acted upon with a minimum of 3 days' notice. So these are being presented for the commission's consideration. A brief summary is enclosed on the memo, and then a redlined version for the commission's convenience is also attached. The substantive changes would be in section 3.4, a process or procedure for the vacating of an office. There are constitutional provisions that state what the conditions are for such a thing to occur. So that would be the corresponding procedure for that. The other substantive change would be the restructuring of the order of business and the addition to the rules of order specific rules that would benefit the commission. The most important of which, in my estimation, is the addition of a motion to discuss. So much of the commission's business is receiving information, asking questions about information without the need for an action. So that that is what was provided there, along with a motion for withdrawal. And the rules that are put in the proposed rules, pardon me, that are included in the draft amendments differ slightly from the standard way. For example, in the withdrawal or modify section, I don't even know what that is. I apologize, that's never made those noises before. For example, in the withdrawal or modifying a motion section, the Roberts Rules allows for a member making the motion before it's restated by the chair to have the ability to modify that motion. The commission's practice, custom and practice has been that it would be through a motion to amend after it's restated, so that was preserved, and changes so on and so forth like that. The other highlight would be, actually, those are the most significant changes. The rest of the changes are either Scrivener's errors or just brief clarifying language. I just turned it off. I have no idea what that's doing. I do apologize. I've owned that thing for 2 years. It has never made any of those noises. So I'm not selling the fit gear right now, am I? There were others. So in the summary, I'd also like to highlight that there was a request by Commissioner Orton regarding the duties of the chairperson. That's clearly reflected in the summary as coming from an individual commissioner. Commissioner Lett raised modifying the order of business. That's also clearly designated as coming from Commissioner Lett. We also have Commissioner Lang offering feedback and recommendation on the presentation of the agenda packets, which is also reflected clearly in the summary. The rest of the modifications are notes that I've made on the rules as the commission has progressed through its work over the past many months that you've been working. And so that's the genesis of those suggestions. Any of the recommendations are just recommendations. They can be modified by the commission, and the rules, if the commission wishes to accept any of the proposed amendments or to make any other ones, would need to be adopted by majority vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Commissioner Lett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of suggestions. On page 5, paragraph 4, you talk about allowing extra time. I would suggest that we include in there, which will not be unreasonably withheld.
I'm on page 5, paragraph 4. To grant additional time. Thank you. I'm with you now. What's here? The responding, it's the last sentence, correct? Of paragraph 4. The responding member may not participate in the vote.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Lett, I have it, and I should have put line numbers. I do apologize. That would have been very helpful. Additional time may be granted by majority vote of the commission and shall not be unreasonably withheld. Does that capture?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Paragraph 5. You talk about having a meeting, either a regular or a special meeting. I would suggest that we use only a special meeting for this type of activity, not a general meeting.
On page 5, I captured that by striking out the clause under number 5, meeting, specified regularly scheduled meeting or, so it reads, shall address a notice at a designated special meeting.
And commissioners, these are all suggestions, so
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're cast in stone by any stretch of the imagination. Does the Open Meetings Act allow for a closed hearing in this situation at the request of the member?
Through the chair to Commissioner Lett, that was actually a consideration that I did look into. And it was, the Open Meetings Act reads to hear a complaint about a staff member or employee, and commissioners would not be considered staff members. I'm happy to go and take another look at that language and provide you an answer in writing to that question. So I did not include it.
I just need a response.
Yeah, I had researched that and concluded that it did not, but I'm happy to resurface that.
That answer is sufficient. Thank you. What about having attorneys present?
Through the Madam Chair to the Commissioner Lett, the purpose, no, I did not include that. Certainly the commission could do that. There's no, I didn't feel that there was a reason or a basis to involve attorneys in it. The process is a notice and opportunity to be heard. It's not a elected office. It's not, it's certainly, I did not propose that the rules of evidence apply or any quasi judicial proceedings. It's simply that the notice would set forth the factual basis or the allegations. The individual would have an opportunity to respond if they so chose, and then the commission would hear those both sides and render its decision. There is no mechanism for appeal on this, and again, it's not an elected office so it's slightly different from forfeiture proceedings or other proceedings that the commissioners may be aware of, particularly the attorneys on the commission. So I endeavored to make it very straightforward and simple for not only the commission, but for the member that is responding to such a notice.
Well, while it's not an elective office, it is an office that was set up by a constitutional amendment, and the choice was made pursuant to that amendment. Each commissioner has a significant property right as is, and by this process, you're depriving that person of that. So I would respectfully ask that that be considered.
General Counsel, did you have any feedback?
Most definitely. Certainly, Commissioner Lett, that can be included as an option if someone wanted to hire an attorney. I would not agree that that you have a interest. The Constitution clearly gives the commission the authority to consider an office vacated. So this is completely in line with that.
Well, that's a significant difference in considering an office vacating and us vacating it.
And again, the language that was followed, it was the language from the constitutional amendment. So this power was conferred upon the commission by the drafters and subsequently the voters in adopting it.
Since if this is passed, we're making some significant changes to our rules of order, I would suggest that we consider ratifying the past actions we've taken under the old rules so that there's no question about those having some illegitimacy or question going forward.
I agree with that, Commissioner Lett.
Can I get, what does ratifying mean? Is that just sort of like saying, yes, we agreed right now? Just approving that?
Everything we did before, approve.
Approving past actions.
Okay, thank you.
So, because there's a rule change. Any other comments, Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, about does it.
So I have some concerns about the changes to the chairperson section. Specifically, I think what has created issues for us in the past has just been a lack of flexibility. The language is very strict. So I'd like to see more flexibility built into what you have in here. Particularly the ability to sort of pass the baton, I think would be nice. So that, say, if I'm remote and MC's chairing because I'm remote, I think that should be a designation maybe that the chairman makes, make it permissive rather than shall. And then if for some reason MC needs to leave the room for 5 minutes, it would be nice if you could pass that potentially back rather than having to designate an acting chair to be in the room. So I would just like to see more flexibility because I know this particular rule has created some issues for us, particularly when we've had our chairperson ill, who wants to attend, can't attend because if she attends, then she has to preside. And then I also want it clarified too, that not being able to be chair doesn't mean that you can't be at the meeting and voting, because that has been an issue in the past as well. So I just like to see some more flexibility there, make it as flexible as we can, so that we have a little bit more, we're kind of flexible in how we do things. Let's make our rules reflect that, so we don't have a situation where we have someone being told, nope, you can't attend because the rules don't allow it, even though you want to.
And I'm glad you raised that, Madam Chair, because certainly on page 14, under 7.4.1, A, the addition to able to preside in that first sentence, that grew out of those occurrences that you're referring to. And again, that being present and being a participating member should not be precluded because of a status as an officer. So that was the clause added to the first sentence. The second sentence was added at the request of a commissioner, in certainly the flexibility as far as chairing between the chair and vice chair. I can add language in that, but would need further direction on, again, the discussion, or I'd need further guidance as far as what the proposed language currently reads is that the chairperson shall be physically present at a meeting to preside. And certainly I think I can add in more flexible language about being present, but I think if I hear what you're asking,
I'll
Madam
propose
Chair,
something for you. I'll propose something for you.
that would be great. But again, I just wanted to be sensitive again that the physically present, I think for chairing purposes, was a separate consideration. So I wanted to be very sensitive to that. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, any other questions? All right, anything else you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That again, any feedback, any questions, any additional proposals or clarifications, please don't hesitate to raise them with me. I'd be happy to address them, and I will again capture the requests or the suggestions that were made by both Commissioner Lett and work with Madam Chair to capture her language as well, and recirculate that as well to the commission and have it posted on the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this point, we're going to move on to our approval of minutes agenda item. We have none to approve, so we will now move on to staff reports. Let's see, where am I? Without objection, I'd like to ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide a report. Please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. A budget as of August 31st was provided for your review. There are also some recommendations to balance our budget a little better towards the year end. Certainly didn't assume that the facility and AV costs would be so high on line item 9 for in-person meetings. We indeed received another $13,000 in expenses today in that area. So that will be significantly more than we anticipated. The good news is if you look at the light blue items on the far right column, we can balance that item by moving some monies from other lines. Those would be lines 11, 14, and 17. So that is something that can be done, and I'm requesting that. On line items 12 and 13 were for the public hearings, one being knowledge, the other being meals. They were over and under by almost the same amount. So if we could even combine those two items, that would balance those lines in the budget. And then lastly, I would ask to move $13,000 from the budget from the unspent portion to line item 16 to balance that item. I believe that we likely will use most of the unexpended part of the budget that we've held all year long, waiting for those expenses that we didn't necessarily anticipate. And I believe we will use almost all of that. If there is any that is unused, we would encumber that money for our consultants because they're under contract, and that is something that we can do, and then utilize those funds shortly after the fiscal year ends on September 30th. Are there any questions on the budget?
Commissioner Rothorn.
I just want to make sure I understand the encumber part. That what that means is that we will be using it, just not spending it yet. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, that we would have those funds in those contracts set aside, and the funds would be spent in October for those line items.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Lang, did you still have a question?
No, I had a comment. Sue, as she's talking, is very staticky and garbled on my end. So I was wondering maybe if she backed off the microphone a little bit, if that would help so I could understand all of what she was saying.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I've got a number of questions for Sue. First of all, what are those two line items that or expenses that you're going to push to October?
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you. The two line items that we were combining,
Yes.
those were 12 and 13, and they're shown in green if you print it in color.
Yeah, that's the problem. I didn't print in color.
So mileage for public hearings and meals.
Okay. All right, number of questions. Number one, let's talk about line item 5. The over budget, not significantly, but where, maybe you can ask, general mileage. This is mileage for staff and commissioners outside of regular meetings, public hearings, and town hall forums. Other than what Edward does to set up everything for us, where's all this mileage come from? This is $5,000 to $5,000 to date. What type of mileage would that be?
That is mileage for anything that isn't going to a meeting or going to a public hearing. So it could be going to a presentation.
But it says at town hall forums.
It could be your town halls. It could be travel, for example, general counsel went to a conference. It would be those kinds of items.
Okay, that just appeared to me to be excessive, but that's fine. Item number 9. Facility AV. We're $96,000 over budget on this. And I understand the stuff's expensive. How did we, first of all, how did we misbudget it by such a significant amount? And second of all, why weren't we notified? I mean, we're 7 days from the end of the fiscal year. Why weren't we notified a month ago or 2 months ago that we were getting ourselves in trouble on this?
Basically, we didn't have any of these expenses until July and August. This is the August 31 budget. In July, I had added this item to the budget because it wasn't in our budget at all previously.
We have a balance of 133,000 unspent or unallocated. So that looks like that will offset some of the projected overages that we've got. So I think we were very wise in holding back some of that money and not budgeting it because of situations like we have with the audiovisual. So now we still have bills coming in for this fiscal year, do we not?
We still have bills coming in for this fiscal year, was the question.
Absolutely. We are logging all of the September bills, watching them very carefully. as they come through. And, but realize that I'm asking to move about 13,000 from this 133 right now, because the other sections that are over can be offset by the other line items that are under. So it's not, I mean, there still would be $120,000 in that unspent line item
Yeah, I
for any
understood.
expenses that come in September.
Yep, I understood. Personally, I would suggest not changing the budgeted amount so that and shifting the money around so that at the end of the fiscal year, we can see what categories we're over and which ones we're under and how much. If we shift the money, then we're not going to be able to see that. And that'll give us a better idea on how to budget for next year, although next year is going to be a lot different. But it'll also give our predecessors in 10 years from now an opportunity to see, where we fell short on the budgeting process. So anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, Sue, can you address line item 21, the continuing education of $400?
That was the Dr. Petering presentation, as was provided last month, or when the last budget was provided to the commission. I believe it was stated then at that time.
I don't remember. I remember seeing an email about it, but not on the budget. I don't remember us paying for any other continuing education. So I'm wondering why we paid for that.
Because the commission requested it and that was what he charged.
But I don't think we knew that he was charging. I would not have okayed that if I knew it was costing us money. Does anyone else agree?
I agree with you. If I had known there was a charge, I think everybody, my feeling was approved it it was requested by another commissioner and we were sort of accommodating that request. But I think the feeling towards it would have been different if we knew there was a financial cost associated with it. Even though it's a small amount, it's still, we haven't paid for anybody else.
Yeah, it's that inconsistency, I think, that makes it challenging. But we can move forward and figure something out. But I think there's other comments on the.
Yeah. And I would just say in the future, if there is a request coming from a commissioner for someone to present or so on and so forth, and there is a charge associated with it, we would, I think, definitely as a commission want to be made aware of that so that we're fully informed when making decisions.
And to be clear, it was not a commissioner. I believe it was no less than 6 or 7 commissioners who requested that when the information was sent out.
But my comment is, were the commissioners made aware there would be a cost? Yeah. I don't think so.
You want to call on those?
Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Clark.
I'm just going to say I was aware that there was a cost. So I don't know where the breakdown was with the other commissioners, but I was aware that there was a $400 charge for Dr. Peterings. So that's all I got to add to it. I don't know why other commissioners didn't know, but I did.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I don't particularly look at this as continuing education. I look at this as a consultant that we brought in and presenting us some alternatives on how to conduct our business. And personally, I was aware of I wasn't aware of the amount. I was aware it was a minimal amount. But I had asked privately regarding that. Regarding that cost. I can't recall it coming up in a meeting, but I don't have an issue with it. A consultant does work and expects to get paid for it. So it's minimal. And I understand the issue is us being notified ahead of time of the cost. But like I said, I don't have an issue with this one at all. It's so minimal. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I would take a different view on it. To me, what we received from the doctor was a sales pitch, and I would never pay someone to come and give me a sales pitch ever. So I interpret it very differently. And, you know, like I said, I was not made aware of the cost. I would not have voted to approve him coming in, you know, if I had been aware of the cost, because I don't see why we should pay someone for a sales pitch. But I think we can move on. I mean, I think, brought it up and addressed it. And, you know, I think Sue is aware that in the future, we want to be advised of those sorts of things. And I believe she will do it. And I think we can just move on that point.
Yeah, the only other comment I have on this is that, you know, we'd already contracted a consultant to do mapping for us. And we just elected to look at a different approach toward it. And for some reason, we solicited this guy to come and present to us. So I understand your position too, Rebecca. So thanks.
Commissioner Rothorn, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to note that I think in addition to this budget, there are some recommendations in the lower left corner that Sue has tried to highlight. And I think, yeah, that I just want to make sure that we have, that we're sort of, as we're going through this, that we're recognizing that these recommendations are part of it.
Right. So Sue's asking for us to combine lines 12 and 13, move the 96,306 from the budget line items 11, 14, and 7 to line 9, move 13,000 from the 133,704, 15 unspent to appropriation to line item 16.
And the last one
is establish encumbrances for consultants for any unallocated funds.
So I'll move that we, and I just want to acknowledge that Commissioner Clark suggested that we don't change anything, but I do think that we are doing a continuous quality improvement, and I do think that it's not wrong to do this. I think we will have the history. So I'm going to move that we actually accept this budget. I think that's what we need to do. Is that accurate? We're just moving to accept it, or with the recommendations?
Yes.
So I will move to accept the budget as presented with the recommendations.
I will second that motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Rothorn to accept the budget with the recommendations from Executive Director Hammersmith, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of adopting the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
1, 2, 3. So we have 3 nays. General Counsel, I believe that was 3 Republican nays too. So I'm not sure if that makes a difference.
Madam Chair, it should not in this case. Let me verify, please.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the voting requirement for a member from each selection pool deals with the hiring and dismissal of staff and the adoption of final maps. So to adopt the budget, that would not be necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion passes by a vote of 7-3. Okay. All right, moving on to the next item in our agenda. I will ask our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to provide a report. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. All right, is there a way I can share my screen? Can you share? It says I need the host to enable me. Video. And it doesn't look like I'm up here. Okay, let's see if I can share my screen then. Okay, good. I'd like to talk about it. This one's not right. What did you do? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Appreciate that. The evaluation team met with regards to the direct mail campaigns and provided a top tier and a bottom tier. And we're coming before you today with regards to the top tier to approve them in ranked order because there's paper, and just in case one is not available, we don't want to keep coming back. And so we want to put them in ranked order based upon quantity. The evaluation team is making the recommendations, as you saw, with regards to Eagle being the first one. And what we want to do is promote our second round of public hearings, as well as the phone number, to make sure there's any questions in areas that lack the internet. The commissioner's already given us authorization. We've gone through the bidding process. We want to thank MDOS and working with purchasing with regards to that. The evaluation team consisted of Sue Hammersmith, our executive director, Julianne Pastula, our general counsel, and Sarah Reinhardt with MDOS and myself. And so I'm going to share the screen with regards to the resolution that we're seeking. And it's to authorize the executive director to negotiate a direct campaign contract in ranked order with either Eagle Mailing Service, United Mail, or Imperium, not to exceed $49,999.99.
Are there any questions for Mr. Woods? I have one question. Will this be part of this year's budget or next fiscal year's budget?
This year.
This year?
I'm talking to the general counsel. Negotiate might not be the right word.
Okay.
It would probably enter into a contract based upon rate, because the negotiation is basically the bid. So let's strike that word.
So I'll make them.
Hmm?
I'm not gonna say anything until she figures it out.
Ms. Reinhardt, would you mind moving where the Zoom bar is sitting so we can actually read the resolution fully? Thank you so much. And I think Doug and Rhonda now have questions.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
Commissioner Clark, go ahead, and then we'll do Commissioner
Okay.
Lang.
Okay. I personally think that we're, after rethinking this whole thing, that we're too far into the project, too late into it to be spending this type of money. And I would like to propose that we scrap the project and save the money for other uses. I put that forward as a motion.
Commissioner Lang.
I would like, in the email, I know it said that this was going to hit the rural areas. I'm curious what rural areas, and when I'm looking at the numbers that are going to be sent out, like 145 to 150 compared to there being 10 million people in Michigan, I'm kind of leaning towards the same thing Doug says. So I'm going to second Doug's motion.
General Counsel, well, first of all, I have a question for Executive Director Hammersmith about the budget. My understanding with state budgets is typically you use it or you lose it. So if we don't spend the money that's already allocated, that will not carry over to next year and it will just be gone. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. It is stated in the Constitution that any unexpected, unexpended monies would be returned to the state.
Okay. General Counsel? General Counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
I am not sure if you heard Commissioner Clark made a motion, which Commissioner Lang seconded, but it was a motion to abandon the project, which I'm not sure is proper, given that we haven't approved the project. So I just want to get clarity from you, and maybe Commissioner Clark can clarify his motion, but I don't think we've approved anything. So I don't think a motion to cancel something we haven't approved would be proper.
So Madam Chair, you are correct. I did miss the exact language that Commissioner Clark used, but I would like to highlight that the RFP and the procurement posting for this direct mail campaign was approved by the commission as something to pursue, so that if what I understand from your statements and what I did hear of Commissioner Clark is that Commissioner moved with a second that the project not go forward, that it not happen. So that the resolution to adopt, it has not been moved in my notes.
No, it has not.
So that I believe what the Commissioner Clark's motion is that there not be a direct mail campaign as an option to the proffered resolution to select a vendor to execute the direct mail campaign. Is that helpful, Madam Chair?
Yes, very helpful. So is there, at this point, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lang. And Edward, your camera is on, by the way. Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Lang to withdraw and cancel the project. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Rothorn.
So I hear it does feel like we're getting close to the final, the finish line. And I just keep recognizing that this is the first time we're doing this, and that the people of Michigan, there are people who don't know about it. And so and I think it's been pointed out, right? We have 10 million, 14,000 does seem like a small amount. And I think, right, we've also, as each of us commissioners, we've said that every, comment matters. And I know that we're struggling. I'll just speak for myself. I'm struggling because I do recognize that it is hard to take every comment and to hold this sort of complexity. But I guess I really feel that kind of like, let's try to spend the money better. But part of me thinks that what better way to spend it than sort of getting the word out, because this process will continue 10 years again. And I know that we're not talking about, we're not advertising, hey, get involved 10 years from now. We're getting involved right now. But the idea that people may hear about it, right, who don't have that through a direct mail piece, who haven't heard about it, and that may matter. And so I guess and because of, the budget, right, it's use it or lose it, it sounds like. And so it feels like I'd like to try to spend it on the people of Michigan, if you will, to get this direct mail campaign to the people. It feels like I know it, what I mean to say is, like, I am conflicted. I am not 100% for this, and I really hear, I'm conflicted, but I do, my hunch is that it's worth trying.
Commissioner Clark? And then Commissioner Orton after.
I would say it was worth trying 2 months ago, but I think we're too late into the process for spending this type of money. By the time these things get printed and they get mailed, half of our second public hearings are going to be over with. It's just going to be a done deal. Now, they'll still have the opportunity to put in comments, but that doesn't have the same impact as somebody getting up in a public hearing and talking to you. So, thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
I want clarification from Edward or Sue. This is money that isn't already in the communications budget. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Commissioner Orton, the money is in the communications budget to do this campaign. Yes, that is correct. And so about a few weeks ago, last month, we authorized to do it. We did an informal bid process. We followed up with regards to what was the best way to go. Should we do color? Should we do color on one side, black and white, or black and white? We decided we want to do color. We followed up with regards to the timeline that it would take from approval to get out and to address to make sure that it would get in people's hands before the second round of public hearings. That's why the postage is first class postage for the public hearing. It's not a nonprofit, it's first class postage, so they would have it. So when you see the timeline, we give it to them tomorrow. They would execute it and then they would have it within about 6 to 8 days. So they would have it next week, which is prior to the public hearing. But we also wanted to make sure, as you know, with the public hearings, it doesn't matter where you live, you can call in remotely, you can attend anywhere in the state of Michigan. So it's just an ongoing effort to do something unique that the commission raised at the beginning to make it happen. So people will still have questions about the process, how to participate in the process. After the second round of public hearings, there's also a 45-day public comment period where people are also able to participate in the process and to have their voices heard. But, you know, once again, it's the will of the commission in terms of what you would like to have to transpire. But it's just another way of saying, hey, here's your opportunity. Here's how you can contribute. It's already in the budget, and just want to use that money to create another avenue for those who may not have heard of the new redistricting process to participate with regards to that. And the reason why we did it this way is because the list is obviously has to go within the formal bid process, which is up to $49,999.99.
Commissioner Lang.
I just have to second what Doug said again. Maybe if this was done a couple months ago, it would be better. The fact that, you know, if you're saying you want to hit the rural areas, maybe that $50,000 would be better spent on radio or TV to get the word out than the mailings at this point, in my opinion.
All right, I'll say it. So having done a lot of direct mail campaigns for work, I do think the timing on this is actually perfect because it will take a week for it to turn it around. And ideally you want it landing in people's mailbox about a week before the hearings. So I do think that is useful and it might drive more people to our public hearings. So from that perspective, because it is already in our budget, and I do think it has the potential to drive people to our public hearings, that I'm in favor of it because I think the timing on it is still appropriate, because we wouldn't want to send something 3 months ahead of time to people. They're just going to forget about it. But coming in a week before, that's when it's most likely to have the most effect, is for them coming in a week before and seeing, oh, this is happening next week. Gosh, I might go find out what it's about. So. All right, I think we are done discussing this. So why don't we go ahead and take a vote on it? And Ms. Reinhardt, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote just because it'll be easier. Thank you. This is to clarify, this is a motion to cancel the program and not proceed with it. So if you're voting yes, you are in favor of canceling the program. If you're voting no, you are opposed to it. Opposed to canceling the program.
Sorry. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call commissioners' names in alphabetical order, starting with Commissioner Eid.
Yes.
And apologies, just to clarify again, as Madam Chair said, a yes vote is to not proceed with the mailers. Commissioner Eid. Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
Steve Lett.
So a yes, a yes vote is to not proceed?
Correct.
Right. To
Correct.
cancel the program.
No.
Cynthia Orton. No. Nancy Ralphorn.
No.
Rebecca Satella.
No.
Janice Villette. No. Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
It is a tie vote. The motion fails.
Yep, it fails. Motion fails. Okay, so at this point, do we want to table this until tomorrow? We're 15 minutes over our time, or do we want to try to
Motion to table.
motion? Do we need to have a motion to table, or can we just table it?
Certainly, if you would like this line item under unfinished business tomorrow, you should request that it be added to the agenda.
Okay. All right, so under future agenda items, I will mention that. So let's move on for right now. Edward, did you have anything else?
No, Madam Chairperson, just want to continue to thank EDS. We've gotten, people are able to see the maps and have had great feedback with regards to the map. So definitely want to thank EDS and also give a special shout out to Kent for his outstanding thing and just working with us, navigating and making things happen behind the scenes. He's been invaluable and just want to acknowledge that. Last but not least, want to recognize the PBS NewsHour this weekend. It was very positive, and so want to thank Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Rothorn, and Commissioner Zatella for a great representation that picked up steam all across the country and was very favorable to the work of the commission and what it's doing. For those that may not know, they can have an idea of what's taking place in Michigan and the outstanding effort and commitment that this commission is doing to draw fair maps and encouraging people to show up and speak up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Sarah Reinhardt from the Department of State, do you have a update today?
No updates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. For future agenda items, Sue, I would ask that you add to tomorrow's agenda the direct mail bids so that we can pick up that conversation as unfinished business. Are there any announcements? All right, seeing none, as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. The motion is adopted and the meeting is adjourned at 5:18 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody.